Hello everyone, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. The regular season kind of extended by a little bit here, and I'm here with Cloakoak to watch who gets 5th place and who gets 6th. It's DUBU versus RTF.
Yeah, 5th and 6th place, and of course, gearing up for playoffs, but yeah, DUBU v RTF, both, I mean, you kind of can't go wrong with matches this season. The teams have been so tightly clustered towards the end of the season, especially. But, I mean, certainly can't go wrong with some soon DUBU striking and some returning to form. Looks like we're looking at Vice Estelle Kazan on the side of... Oh, did someone pick a wrong character? I don't even know.
Maybe.
Yeah, Vice Estelle Kazan for soon DUBU. And then on RTF, Aimi Zin Rasmus. I have to imagine that Rasmus is Moffin Kui in the goal box. But, it was Grimella in the goal box, I guess. Got to rearrange goalies. But, yeah, and we'll be headed to Demon Days first. So starting off with an explosive game one for sure.
Yeah, very, very explosive, very, very damage heavy. And my eyes are squarely on that Vice pick, right? It has been the deciding factor, both in terms of offense, but also in terms of how that pick can sometimes not handle the defense, right? Sometimes it gets overwhelmed in the core control department.
Yeah, I will say, I think that running double midfield here with Estelle, or not double midfield, but I mean, Estelle and Kazan, quite good at keeping possession here. Especially if they can just keep it behind the barrier. Shapeshifting is not going to have a whole lot of trouble. That being said, of course, Rasmus excels at defense on this map, especially when it comes to preventing the core from getting behind the barrier in the first place. So a bit of an interesting dynamic. We have Siphoning Wand picked up by Grimella and Leo Leon. 3Z Breezy will be opting for Vicious Vambrace. Hungry Boy will be going for the Demon Days classic Magnetized Souls.
Yep, and my eyes are squarely on shapeshifting here. I mentioned it earlier. The damage output's already coming out, but Moffin, Hungry Boy, and Leo Leon, no strangers to the damage game either, right? That Rasmus can deal quite a chunk if you're too close, and 3Z Breezy already feeling the pain. Healed back up now, but definitely a factor you have to worry about when Moffin is on that character.
Yeah, Moffin, it's a bit scary because all three members of RTF both can crank out insane amounts of damage, and also they all have kill confirms. So there's kind of no safe space if you get staggered for the soon DUBU strikers. They've got to play really careful, manage their stagger accordingly. 3Z is going to have a decently easy time doing that because he's got the Vicious Vambrace. I will say, I think there's a decent chance that towards the later part of this game especially, that RTF just start okiing shapeshifting. Like you just get Leo Leon kind of crowding shapeshifting as much as possible because he doesn't have any way to heal or mitigate damage at all whatsoever. Both barriers are down for both teams now, though. We'll see who can close it out first. Ooh, is that a glitch pop?
Well played by Hungry Boy to get it in there. And we're starting to see a little bit of the awkwardness that comes with the open barriers, right? Vice, of course, does have coverage with the power cord. But the issue is, once that's gone, it's kind of difficult to defend there. Rasmus, on the other hand, Moffin thrives in those situations, has plenty of tools to deal with the open net, and I think that could be a huge advantage here, especially if RTF push the offense first.
Yeah, and they seem to be doing that quite effectively. The Firewall Sentry goes down there, forces out quite a bit from the side of DUBU, as well as some evades, and Grimella still gets damaged quite a bit, even on the other side of it, but it's their turn to pop back now, and they actually find a KO onto Hungry Boy there, and 2 barriers shortly thereafter. It's a power play for the next 7 seconds here, and Shapeshifting has pressed all the way up past the midfield line. Vertically aligned with Grimella here, but keeps sending it topside to 3Z. A little bit of passing back and forth. 3Z now staggered here. Shot goes wide. Hungry Boy's there to block it, though. Death Touch doesn't need to connect. 3Z Breezy caught in the Firewall Sentry. Leo Leon staggered as well. He'll grab the orb there. Still 1 barrier up on the side of DUBU as we jump into overtime.
And that's a big KO. 3Z Breezy pushing forward, looking for a hit onto Moffin, but Hungry Boy sends the core forward, and Moffin is continuing to get it done here, but 3Z almost at a flip. Grimella looking forward. All it takes is one good pass. It's Moffin, meterless, needs to get hit there, but so much defense coming out from RTF, and Hungry Boy still survives. A passing play deflected away once again. The snipe not coming through. Shapeshifting, trying to flip, forced to use it defensively, but Threezy utilizes the core speed perfectly to get around Muffin there, and it's tied right up at 1-1.
Certainly DUBU hoping to save those core flips for next point, but a point is a point. So trading those 2 flips to tie up the set is worthwhile. Oh, wow, and Leo Leon getting chunked immediately off kickoff here. Finished off by the crooked leverage there shortly thereafter. That is another power play for the Sundubu Strikers. Like you said, plenty of opportunity for the Sundubu squad to pump out ridiculous quantities of damage here. And if they can focus it onto one person, the KOs are sure to follow.
And looking is Muffin. Oh, Grimella, the piercing shot, not quite coming out in time. A good shot by Leo Leon. Right towards the goal, exploits that timing. It's 2-1 now. And RTF are in a great spot. But they have a target on their backs, especially Hungry Boy. No meter available. This Vice could thrive in this environment.
Nothing too valuable found by Shapeshifting there. Doesn't look like he has ult up right now. But Hungry Boy still getting decimated right now. No evade. Little to no stagger left. That orb's going to help out quite a bit. The teams trade 1 barrier here. There's Shapeshifting teleporting in, getting an evade as well as some extra damage onto Hungry Boy there. Breezy having a ball, trying to finish off this cat girl in the midfield. Orb denied away. Nice barrier find by Leo Leon with the Oni's Blade, followed up by Strike. Defended away by the Supernova, narrowly saved by the power cord there. Threezy has flip here, so does Grimella. They still have 1 barrier to get through. Crooked Leverage will find it. Oh no!
Oh, that happens sometimes. You run out of abilities, you're not quite there. Shapeshifting. That's the weakness of the Vice right there. I think RTF, they'll take those as Hungry Boy gets first pick, and this Aime's been doing so much work all across the map. They'll be very happy with that, especially as I'm looking at that extra special as a possibility, but Stagger could be as well. Adrenaline Rush could be. There's so many choices, but I think extra special is the most obvious one here.
Yeah, certainly. It also denies it away from Shapeshifting, right? Which certainly, Shapeshifting is not unhappy with Hotshot, but extra special would have been the big ticket item for that Vice. Bulk up on Threezy is always going to be nice, but that's extra size on Muffin, making that Rasmus goalie's reach just a little bit more threatening. Adrenaline Rush on Leo Leon is pretty spooky too. So obviously, RTF, no shortage of damage, and if Leo Leon can be a contributor to a kill, that provides some serious snowball potential for a point. So I do think that Return to Form have just gotten a significantly more snowball-y potential over the course of any given point. It's just a matter of whether or not they can actually find those kills to let Leo Leon go to the moon.
Let's see if they can get it done here. Grumella's low, 1 barrier taken, but Grumella's the one getting the KO instead. Leo Leon, though, resets upon resets. Wow, what a goal by Leo Leon.
Yeah, some seriously impressive stuff. And even if there's some miracle Shapeshifting had an extra ability there, the Adrenaline Rush Strike reset would have still been there to get the job done. So that was a checkmate and a half, and the perfectly timed Ad Rush proc as well. So yeah, I do think that if we can sort of get on the KO train here for Leo Leon, that Return to Form is looking quite good, considering that they're a setup. That is a fantastic position for them moving into set 2.
Yeah, there was layers to that play. The Fighter Flight came in too, right? For the double secondary, the additional speed.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Everything came together for that one, and unfortunately, not the full audience witnessing Leo Leon's greatness this time. As, wow, Muffin and Hungry Boy, amazing defense, but in the end, it does slip by one last time. Leo Leon, though, gets past everybody, just rushes right past the defense, and now has a flip across the map. RTF, even in the points where they seem down, they're finding ways out of there.
Got some seriously impressive stuff, and Vermella's full kit defended away quite simply. What even was that?
That's just a strike or win. It's a Hungry Boy diff.
Did he blink up to the top afterwards?
Hungry Boy was just there. Got the strike war. He's eating all of them. He's hungry, and soon to be strikers.
He's hungry.
They're food, you know?
Oh, what a kickoff there as well. Immediate barrier grab. Nice core stop there by Leo. Grimella does have a flip here. So it's a slight energy advantage towards the side of Sundubu, but oh! Almost KO'd there, Leo Leon. But the barriers are down once more. I mean, even on this reverse power play, this is DUBU's time to bring it back, but I gotta say, return to form still looking very strong here.
Yeah, if the defense wasn't played perfectly by DUBU there, Muffin would have actually scored a little bit earlier. Even when they're down a member, RTF are finding ways to put on the pressure. Shapeshifting has the flip available, forced to use a defensively dangerous spot, gets it out of the corner, but Hungry Boy is still advancing and has been winning almost every single strike or a dribbling play. Leo Leon in position, 3Z on the defense will get it out, but Leo once again in a perfect position. Grumella this time forced to be the one to save Sundubu. They're still in so much trouble though.
Here comes the Firewall Sentry, and they're still down a barrier on the side of Sundubu. Hungry Boy and Leo Leon both pressing up that top side there. Muffin just comfortably sitting in the back, not even really having to flinch on these saves at all whatsoever. Almost catches it there. Shape-shifting, going to have no problems using the Supernova to get that out of there, but there's only so many Supernovas you can get. There goes the second barrier, though.
The only one who could score on Muffin is Muffin, it seems, as it's a bit of an own barrier there. We'll see if the open net play is still superb from the RTF goalie. And what a pass from Hungry Boy right around the pressure of Grumella and 3Z. They left a tiny gap. The topspin was a little bit of an overcommitment, and Hungry Boy is playing like an all-pro midfielder right now.
Yeah, this is some seriously impressive stuff. Leveraging his speed advantage constantly, dropping down these Firewall Sentries, making good use of them every time that cooldown comes up. And it seems like he always has the passing lane open with Leo. The offensive chain there is just really, really tightly linked for return to form, and they're rewarded for it here. Prime time and recovery drone picked up by the two forwards there. Of course, extra stagger on 3Z and stinger on Grumella. Definitely not bad picks. Like that's definitely some good stuff that Sundubu has picked up. But I think Hungry Boy having more glitch pops and 3Z Breezy not getting the chance to get that valuable Kazan size scaling going. That being said, Hungry Boy taken off the map here, and this early power play as Leo Leon gets staggered as well could mean big gains for Sundubu strikers.
Yeah, but they have to make something happen. No barriers taken. Still a bit of an own barrier there by Hungry Boy. And it feels like the most barriers in the last two sets have been taken by RTF themselves, but the goalie's gone. And that is Sundubu strikers capitalizing on their damage game. They picked the stinger. They picked up the spark of focus. And then now they can start to KO a little bit.
Unfortunately, those sparks are mostly gone, so really that spark is only going to give Shape-Shifting a few more abilities, a few more Supernovas that can maybe save some things that otherwise would be long gone. Whoa, that was freaking weird. Hungry Boy getting partially lagged, partially knocked back there. But it looks like this stinger is putting in work. Grumella is pretty effectively shredding through Leo's stagger. The problem comes, can they actually confirm these KOs and get this recovery drone off? And can they actually, keep their barriers alive? Because it seems like, as Muffin actually walks all the way up to the midfield here, return to form are never letting up pressure for even a second.
Yeah, and Leo Leon getting in there even while almost dead. The flip has to be expended, and Hungry Boy saves the barrier just barely. Muffin needs to stay alive here. Good usage of the evade, but still getting chipped down. The Sundubu damage game is coming into full effect here as Muffin's on death's door. A final push from Hungry Boy perhaps as overtime ticks over. Muffin gets some peel from Leo Leon, still surviving here, and a flip from Shapeshifting is defended away. Return to form, an own barrier by Hungry Boy. The third return to form own barrier of the game, but will it stop them is the question as Leo Leon still pushing forward, still in position. Shapeshifting now in a good spot, and 3Z Breezy wins the strike worth to the bottom side.
Yeah, this is... I gotta say, even though, yes, return to form, making some own barriers, making some slip-ups here, I gotta give props to Sundubu strikers. They're looking really good this set. I think that the damage game that they've been trying to play into from the moment that they drafted this comp is finally starting to come together, right? Even just 10 seconds into this point, Hungry Boy at half stagger. And even though, yes, has gotten some orbs, those orbs aren't going to be around forever. It's only going to take, another little entourage here in a moment for one of the members of Return to Form to be staggered once more. That being said, Shapeshifting is the one who's getting beaten up right now. Will burn the Supernova there to make sure he doesn't die, but both of these teams, it's a classic Demon Days all-you-can-eat brawl, right?
Yeah, it definitely is here. We'll see what happens. Leo Leon in the midst of all the damage, but Muffin steps up, says I can brawl too, gets the barrier, gets the pass. Leo Leon outplaying Shapeshifting with the slice and dice, and Muffin steps up big time to make sure that they score before Leo dies.
Yeah, I don't know how Leo does it. I don't know how he... This dude spends so much of his existence staggered. And like most people, when they're staggered, you know, you stay out of the play. You try not to be near the core because you generally just explode. But not Leo Leon. Leo Leon doesn't flinch in the face of being staggered. He goes right in there, and he's going right in there again, up in Shapeshifting's face. No score found this time. Pivots back over to the side of RTF. One barrier found, and they're coming back in. Shapeshifting, teleporting here. Top spin doesn't find anything. Grimella coming down from the midfield. Burnt and flip from Muffin, and now RTF gets to swoop in once more.
Swooping in is Hungry Boy, flip available top side, and Leo Leon with the coverage is defended once, but now RTF are one goal away from taking this first game in such a fast manner.
Yeah, this is impressive. I don't... Muffin and Hungry Boy have been playing such incredibly effective defense. Like, these are the Sundubu strikers that we're talking about, right? These guys know what they're doing. This is a seriously coordinated offense by them. But Muffin and Hungry Boy are just outplaying. It seems like every single time that Sundubu are able to press in, there's a pretty much perfect rotation. And yes, they're paying for it with their health bars, right? Hungry Boy staggered once more. But the barriers are staying up. Even with the Sundubu damage game online, the barriers are staying up. Muffin is defending like a madman right now. Finally, 3Z Breezy will be able to get it through. And Leo Leon is staggered. It's the double KO. This is Sundubu's time to take a set.
But Hungry Boy has something to say about it. Advancing forward to primaries, keeping the possession, keeping the lead for the side of RTF, it seems. The Fireball Sentry to even try and steal a barrier, but the core speed, what a hook by 3Z Breezy as they steal a set.
Yeah, perfectly timed and perfectly placed. That hook, if he places it even just a millimeter off, will dissolve on Leo Leon. It does not linger if it touches an enemy player. So that was a perfectly placed hook to be able to cut off Leo's pass there. Shapeshifting gets to take Super Surge at the front of the draft here, but of course, Hungry Boy with extra special getting Timeless Creator is a massively scary IME. 3Z Breezy gets a little bit of extra damage in the form of specialized training here. Grimella, one spark of strength. I believe that's the last spark to show up. And Leo Leon, I gotta say, if there's anybody in this game who can get benefit from stacks on stacks, it's probably him. He does have that recovery drone, so he can afford to die once and keep his stacks up. But this dude has been crazy good at living for pretty much the whole game, so I don't think that there's really anybody who's too unhappy with that draft, other than maybe Grimella getting the single spark.
Yeah, we'll see how this one progresses, but I'm concerned about the damage, right? It is still coming out. Leo Leon, the main target. Recovery drone's probably going to disappear in a matter of seconds here. It all comes down to whether RTF can play their offense quick enough for that to not matter. And so far, it's looking more than doable here as they advance on the top side. Leo Leon, though, in a lot of trouble. Recovery drone still surviving. Hungry Boy trying to get the barrier. Not quite enough. And the recovery drone gone. The flip used, but defended away this time by RTF. And Leo still surviving. Muffin still striking. And Hungry Boy on the defense as well. Still a dangerous spot as 3Z approaches. Shapeshifting blinks in, but the strike wars are still being won by Muffin. Finally goes down to Hungry Boy, but he doesn't drop the core either.
Yeah, at this point, the biggest advantage that Sundubu have going for them here is the energy economy. We're having to see evades burned left and right by all three members of Return to Form. And when they don't have that evade, you have Shapeshifting come in and drop a massive supernova on you. Or you have 3Z Breezy falling from the sky with a spec training Kazan. So there's kind of the longer that the points go on, the less options that RTF have. Like you said, it's a race against the clock for them, right? And Hungry Boy manages to just beat it, blinking in with that cyber swipe, catching the pass to Grimella. Return to form will seize the first point of the set.
Yeah, it's a race against the clock, and currently they are winning, which is a good sign. 2 more goals to close out this game, but last set was an indicator that TOURNEY Strikers not going to let this go down too easily. Threezy Breezy in particular has been stepping up big time, and that guy's scoring ability cannot be underestimated in a lot of these points.
Yeah, I think that... Oh, that's an unfortunate flip burn there from Shapeshifting. No value found off of that. And Leo is going to make sure that he is punished for it here, taking him down to half stagger. But Grimella and Threezy keeping good possession here. Hungry Boy will burn the Firewall Sentry to get it out. But again, staggered. I mean, it seems like there is always at least one person on both teams who is in danger of getting KO'd. Leo Leon, the first ad rush proc we've been able to see in quite some time, catches a KO there onto Grimella. It's a power play. Both barriers are down. Flip burn by Hungry Boy here. The Oni's blade comes out. Shapeshifting now looking worse for wear. Teleports away from Leo Leon, but the core is already down.
It's already in the net. Threezy Breezy, a slight misstep on the defense, and of course Grimella and Shapeshifting just trying to play their lives, it feels like. And now return to form are 1 goal away.
And you want to know something crazy, Saya? This Leo Leon guy actually got stacks on stacks up. He is on 150 right now. This Centauro is zooming around now. That's crazy.
Yep. We'll see. Moffin Koei down to Hungry Boy. Looking for an opportunity to Leo Leon. Looking for a pass. And that's a barrier take for Shapeshifting, who's winning strike wars. Not quite the goal just yet, but Threezy Breeze is in position. Almost has the entire flip here. As Moffin's in a lot of trouble if Threezy can get that flip. Shapeshifting with a strike war win. And DUBU still alive.
Yeah, very nice there from DUBU. I don't know how replicable a point like that is. I can't really point out what went different there to get them so much success. It seems like it was... Well, okay, hold on. We're just going to dial it back a moment here because Leo Leon's going ballistic once more. Flips are being burned by return to form here. The ad rush is still procced. Or actually, that's just stacks on stacks now. This Leo Leon guy is so freaking fast. Both barriers down for DUBU, and we are on match point here.
Match point. Hungry Boy to the top side. Not quite the angle to close out this game, but very, very close. And RTF as a whole very close to taking a lead in this series. All it takes is one good shot. Moffin in trouble, but the whiplash is flawless once again. Leo Leon advancing to the top side, just cutting off a lot of angles of attack. Moffin with the KO. It's a power play now. Leo Leon in such a good spot. One pass just comes through, goes for the flick, goes for the mix. Defended away by Threezy Breezy in the goal box. Shapeshifting still with the flip available as well. The insurance there, but Leo Leon with the Firewall Sentry, not quite enough. The hold continues for the DUBU Strikers. A flip from Hungry Boy, a flip from Shapeshifting to send it away, and Leo's taking so much damage here. Can't really go for the flip here. You have to think has to elusive. And now Moffin trying to kickstart the offense once again. A perfect power core from Shapeshifting to send it away. Leo still looking for the strike. So low though and has to run away. Grimella maybe looking for the KO, but the core speed is picking up as well. Hungry Boy looking for an opportunity. Leo Leon on the other side. Not quite enough, and Shapeshifting now slowing the game down a little bit. The power play now for DUBU. And the question is, can they find this last barrier?
Yeah, wow, and I mean, surely this power play gives an opportunity, but Leo Leon still putting on the pressure once more. The only one who can score on Moffin is Moffin. Grabs another own barrier with his own Death's Touch. And, yeah, now both barriers down for both teams. Leo Leon, still worse for wear, but again, this dude is living. Has not died yet. He's basically been dead the whole point. Gets a free core in the middle there, but it's struck away by the power cord. Threezy Breezy hunting for the kill once more. Hungry Boy flicks for the kill there. Doesn't find it. Hungry Boy passing down to Leo, who's being bullied once more. He wins the strike war against Threezy. Gets hit by Grimella. Oni's blade to evade Threezy, killing him once more. Supernova comes out. Hungry Boy now has flip. Moffin also has a defensive flip here. Hungry Boy burns his in the midfield. Grimella and Threezy and Shapeshifting, almost a triple flip up on the side of DUBU here. Very, very good value for them to close it out. Moffin's flip burn has to abandon it because of the Thunderstruck. No! Burned by shape-shifting there. Hungry Boy is still staggered. Leon somehow alive, and the core floats in. It's a 0.5.
Oh my. Cloak, your mic lowered its volume because of how close that point was. It couldn't handle the excitement. And now it's another 0.5 for Soon-to-Be Strikers' chance to get back in the game, but they just cannot score on Moffin for so long, right? If that keeps up, if the offense comes through for RTF in a point like that, then it's scary. It's really scary for the Soon-to-Be Strikers as they drop a barrier.
There we go. Is my bike all good again?
Yep, it's back.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. One barrier down, and wow. Okay, Hungry Boy, worse for wear here. No stagger. Will get KO'd by 3Z there. We've been seeing this specialized training pickup from 3Z really put in work this set. Leo Leon, unfortunate burn of the flip. Moffin Kui almost staggered. Leo Leon staggered here. Hungry Boy coming back online, though, hopefully to save return to form. But 3Z is there to quench those hopes. We're going to a set 5, Saya.
We indeed are. The Soon-to-Be Strikers somehow managed to find enough damage pressure. It feels like RTF should have closed that out there, but instead they get even more on the table. Deadeye on the Vice. And I think this might be the point where you have to worry a little for return to form, right? Maybe they'll offer the team player here. Yeah, they do on Moffin. Okay, those overtime awkward situations are going to be way more deadly in the favor of RTF. He would have gone Might of the Colossus otherwise, but in this spot, I really, really like that team player pickup. And even though the damage picks up quite a bit from Sundubu, RTF, I think, have a bigger win condition.
Yeah, yes, they have more win conditions, right? Especially because we've been saying that a big weakness in RTF's game right now is that the later the points go, the harder it is for them to make stuff happen. But I mean, they're making something happen early right here, right? You don't even need the point to go long if you can make it happen that fast. But certainly now, even if the point goes long with that team player on Moffin, they have even more of a chance to actually make something happen, right? So even if Sundubu are able to, keep the point going for super long and get a bunch of damage out here, if they can make it to overtime, Moffin has that team player to accelerate the play now. Again, though, under 15 seconds, they have both barriers. Again.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep this defense up, but from Return to Form's history, Moffin excels at just taking the barrier advantage and keeping it, right? So if they can keep this lead, if they can keep the offense going now, and even relying on the team player perhaps, if it goes too long, RTF have a very stable game on their hands, especially since this heightened pace of play means that the damage pressure is lessened from the side of the Soon-to-Be Strikers.
Yeah, for sure. Carmella is actually doing a masterclass of living right now against Leo Leon, but eventually Hungry Boy's glitch pop will find him. It's that explosive entrance putting in work. Now, triangle offense beautifully put together here by Return to Form. Passing back and forth in the midfield. Firewall Sentry will force out the Supernova there. Moffin pressing all the way up to the midfield here. Leo Leon going back for that orb, but that is going to cost them their barriers. 3Z comes back online. A nice pass there up to Grimella will tie up the set for Sundubu.
It's 1-1. It's such a close set, and them winning there without using the flip from 3Z is huge, right? That energy could mean a bit of an early lead in this set, perhaps, if they can get the offense through. But Moffin is the X factor. The pendulum swing takes the barrier. The hook makes it difficult, but Grimella makes sure that Moffin can't continue to tomfoolery. 3Z, though, being bursted down. The regen being stopped. If they can keep 3Z away from the core and pop this flip, that would be huge. They pop it anyway, but 3Z cashes out a barrier.
Yeah, very valuable there for 3Z, but Leo Leon does make it out with stacks here. Still has his recovery drone here, but both barriers do go down in the process of Leo being removed from the play. 3Z will find the KO shortly thereafter. Still has the stacks from the recovery drone. Floats back to Shapeshifting here. The Death's Touch almost grabs that second barrier there, but Shapeshifting clears it around. Leo now, Strike Warring Shapeshifting. Shapeshifting takes the victory there. Supernova in the net, saved by Moffin there. Grimella now staggered. Hungry Boy and Leo Leon both retreating back on defense to help get it out. The Firewall Sentry comes out to turn this offense around. Moffin sending it back up. Now we're in overtime. Team player in full effect. Sending it up to Leo Leon, who's now pressuring shape-shifting. Low on Stagger. Staggered in his own net. Killed in his own net. Ad rush procced. Grimella there to save the day, though. Soon DUBU trying to keep it alive in this reverse power play, but it's returned to form. Still advantage here. Leo Leon sends it in with the slice and dice.
Very, very well done. Not letting it get to Grimella, saving the flip for the next point. Perfectly played by return to form, but now Hungry Boy needs to be careful with the no meter available here. But if this continues, Leo Leon's in a good spot. It gets the flip as well, gets a barrier, cashes out, gets KO'd. The soon-to-be Strikers need to make the most of this power play or else they're in a lot of trouble as both barriers drop. The soon-to-be Strikers now a desperate defense even with the player up. Hungry Boy low but can get away with that additional evade. And Leo Leon's now back looking for a pass, looking for some kind of opportunity for Hungry Boy who's still alive, who's in the enemy net. There's Leo Leon and that's the first game for RTF.
Fantastically played. Fantastically played by return to form. Yeah, I mean, normally when a player on your team gets KO'd, that is, especially at this high level, right? It is some sort of major death sentence, right? You're either getting your barriers lost, or you're getting scored on, or they're going to continue the power play by getting another KO. But Return to Form did an incredible job of loss mitigation, even though there were 14 KOs over the course of that game on the side of Soon-DUBU Strikers. It seemed like even when they were down people, it might as well have not been a power play. They were still getting barriers. They weren't having to burn an outrageous quantity of resources to keep their own barriers alive. Hungry Boy and Moffin Kui put on a bit of a defensive masterclass that game, and were still doing offense while they were doing it. Like, they were converting off of their saves as well, right? And then, of course, Leo Leon was putting on a masterclass of how to stay alive. The only person that I have seen be able to run stacks on Team Inteas and only get blown up like once. I think he might have lost his stacks once that whole game, which is absolute insanity. So yeah, well played from RTF there.
Yeah, that was quite a ridiculous performance, I think, from Leo Leon and Hungry Boy. I think I would like to highlight those two players, right? Leo made some magical survivals, and Hungry Boy outdamaged Device. And of course was there to win every strike war. I didn't even notice
that. That's crazy.
In every way, I think Hungry Boy really excelled in this one. But we're going to head to the second game shortly, and the map for that is Oni Village. Statistically, not as long of a map as it used to be. We'll see what happens here, but it's going to be very different from Demon.
Yeah, very different. Honestly, the weirdest thing about Oni Village, in my opinion right now, is that for once, killing is like... we've kind of... Let's take it back throughout the history of the map, right? In the early days, we're talking Season 1, Season 2, Oni Village was the map that, like, no one would kill on, right? If you're playing any amount of damage on Oni Village, what are you doing, right? And if you're getting killed, it's just your own fault. You were standing too close to the wall, somebody hit you with something, right? And then there was a chunk of time where people got more coordinated with damage. People started realizing, okay, you know what? If you send the core at someone enough and you're consistently multitasking core control and damage, sure, you can get some KOs on Oni Village. It's not a damage map still. You're not going to see, the insane numbers that Demon Deas is putting out. But you can get some damage. I feel like this patch, we've continued, that trend. And we're in a weird place now where killing on Oni Village is actually, like, pretty good. Like,
Speaking of, look at the Awakening.
Oh no, it's a prize fighter start. And the other option is total garbage. Nobody's going Siege Machine here. Yeah, okay. We're in for a treat here, Saya. Yeah, I was about to say how kind of regardless of the start, damage is a pretty good strategy here on Oni. in this game, it's going to be the only strategy. You better hope that your team can get ahead on those prize fighter stacks as soon as possible. Otherwise, the enemy team is just going to snowball right over top of you. So this is definitely going to be a test of who can manage the development of their team's prize fighter stacks better.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll have to see what happens in this one. But as the draft pans out, we're seeing some familiar faces. But on the other team this time, Estelle priority for Grimella of the Sundubu Strikers. Meanwhile, on the other end, Vice being picked up, most likely for Hungry Boy, as Kazan a flex pick between that goalie and that brawler, is looking quite good for RTF, I think. And I think no other team is as scary when Kazan or Rasmus is locked in on like the early stages here.
Yeah, I will say I'm worried for the if they are forced to play this Kazan in the goalie slot, which it's looking likely because the Rasmus has just been locked in by DUBU. I'm worried for the viability of Kazan goalie here because it looks like we're running Rastel as the forward comp for the DUBU Strikers. And Kazan, notably as a goalie, really struggles against multiple ranged characters. Rasmus, not exactly a ranged character, but when you're pairing him up with Estelle, usually both of them can get their abilities on top of the goalie at the same time. And that's something that Kazan really doesn't have a response to, right? He doesn't have a response to a lot of hit stuns, a lot of ranged abilities, multiple hitboxes being thrown at him at the same time. So I do think that Hungry Boy, well, you know, I would be saying that if Finny hadn't just been locked in. So scrap everything that I'm saying, because yeah, it looks like we're running Leo, Leon, Kazan, and this will be Muffin, Kui on the Finny, which I absolutely think is the right play. I think that's a fantastic play here, because you do not want to be playing that Kazan into Rastel. That would be a very uphill battle for RTF on defense.
I have really bad news for you. And it's that your mic has lowered itself again.
I don't know how I got this to stop before. There was a way that I was able to get it to not do that. This is terrible.
Oh, you're like loud now. Give me a sec.
Oh, okay. It's too loud?
No. I have to adjust it on my end. You're fine.
Okay, awesome. I'm just going to keep this tab open so that I can readjust it if it happens again. We're hopping into the game now. This is shape-shifting on Asher, one of the classic Oni Village goalies. And you know what? I do want to talk for a moment again about this prize fighter, right? Because we're seeing shape-shifting, the only one to lock in Siege Machine, which makes sense. He's the only one who's not going to be doing a ton of damaging, a ton of KOing theoretically. But everyone else is on this prize fighter. And looking at RTF's comp, it is like definitely favored towards them in terms of who can crank out more damage, as well as confirm kills, right? Because they have Leo on this Kazan as well, one of the best kill confirmers in the game. So my prediction is that the damage game, if nothing else, the fact that this is a prize fighter start is a massive boon for RTF and the comp that they have drafted here.
We'll see here. We'll see who gets it done in this one. I'm not quite sure, but the KO
There's the first KO.
Starting. That is Breezy Breezy going down. Muffin to Hungry Boy looking for something across to Leo Leon. Not quite here, but this power play just being completely interrupted by Grimella in the midfield, feeling very comfortable on this Estelle and making sure that they get nothing out of it. A negative power play for return to form.
Yeah, no, impressive stuff. Kind of getting a taste of their own medicine from last game, right? Grimella going up and pulling a bit of a Hungry Boy. But that being said, Leo finds a stray core, finds a barrier off of it, and it's both teams with both their barriers down. It's anybody's point to take here. Threezy with a nice shot there, but Hungry Boy's there to cover it. Grimella walking up to the midfield. With Muffin, though, I did just now realize Muffin is also on strike shot here, not Mom Boots. So Muffin's not going to be doing a ton of walking up to the midfield, unless he gets some additional speed awakenings. But definitely that strike shot is going to be putting in a lot of value for range support, right? We're seeing that Finny card reach all the way across the map. I don't even know what killed there. Was that a stray power cord?
That's quite unfortunate here. 3Z Breezy trying to be the difference maker as Leo Leon with the hook. Not quite enough. Hungry Boy to Leo Leon. Finds the dunk. And that's 1-0 for return to form in a point where they had a power play. They didn't get anything out of it. And Sundubu Strikers almost ran away with it.
Well, it's not that they didn't get anything out of it, because all 3 members of Return to Form did get a prize fighter stack off of that point. Looks like they're about to get more as they burst 3Z down to 0 health here. It's hooked away by Leo Leon, and 3Z is on 0 prize fighter stacks. And meanwhile, Return to Form rocking a total of 7 prize fighter stacks, each of them getting a ton of additional power and damage out of that. So this is looking spooky. It's looking like a pretty cut and dry Return to Form set 1, unless Sundubu can make a miracle happen here.
We'll see what happens. It's not going to be easy to make a miracle happen, especially when Return to Form are playing so comfortably, right? These are comfort picks for Return to Form. Same can be said about the Sundubu Strikers, though, as 3Z Breezy goes in, but Leo Leon's in position, wins the strike. We're shapeshifting there to back it up, but Hungry Boy interrupts the hook here, goes for a shot, but shapeshifting covers it with so much active hitbox, and now Leo in the midfield. Grumella taking a lot of chip, taking the top spin. Grumella could be going down here, but not really the target as they're focusing on scoring the goal itself. A passing play interrupted by the piercing shot, the strike shot forward as Moffin sends it around the world. And these passing lanes are just being completely blocked by Grumella in a lot of these cases. And 3Z Breezy with the hook will steal away the point.
Yeah, what a hook. Out of nowhere. I don't think Leo was expecting that one either, because 3Z was ready for that strike war. And Leo was laser focused on trying to get the kill there. So they will tie up the point there. Sundubu will, at least, tie up the set. And I will say, I think that even though obviously the prize fighter stacks are not in their favor, like you said, this is the Sundubu comfort pick here. And this is also kind of their comfort map. I believe this was their map pick, which would make a lot of sense for them, right? I mean, Sundubu Strikers have been cooking on Oni Village since the day it was incepted. And I'm looking forward to see if they can make the most out of this situation, because Leo Leon is sure getting a lot of power plays for RTF here.
Yeah, he is, but they need to convert RTF. Hungry Boy with the flip in front of the barrier. Do manage to get it against the Asher. No small feed, and Leo Leon will hook it away for the goal. A quick conversion after he's spoken into existence.
Yeah, no, nice conversion by them. And it's Moffin and Hungry Boy actually haven't even been getting prize fire stacks here. It's just Leo that's been finishing off the kills here, and like multiple seconds after anybody has been staggered. I'm impressed with how effectively Hungry Boy has been able to midfield here with this Vice. I would think that the Estelle would be, far outshining. She's a little higher mobility. Her abilities come out significantly faster, right? So she can play a little bit more reactively. But this is Hungry Boy Vice is the character that he is the most well known for. One of the best Vice players out there for sure. Look at him teleporting in there and grabbing the barrier. So yeah, he is making Vice look like a proper core control midfielder, just with how effective he's positioning and striking.
Yep. Just with how he's positioning and striking is right. Hungry Boy to the top side. Another KO found. The high damage nature of this Fini is coming into play. The prize fighters as well. The passing plays, the back passes. Hungry Boy forwards. Not quite enough, and the core slips all the way by. 3Z Breezy has a flip here. You got to watch out if you return to form, as Grumella is in position as well. Moffin sends it away, and Leo Leon's going to look for a play, but it's still a dangerous spot to be in. Moffin predicts correctly. The flip has to be burned by Hungry Boy, but 3Z Breezy in there with the strike to take the point.
Yeah, well played there. 3Z once more keeping the hopes of Sundubu alive with a clutch play. They're at the 11th hour. Grumella did get KO'd at that point, so there are now no prize fighter stacks on the side of Sundubu, but they've made it clear that they don't really care about that much. It's kind of fascinating, because that does effectively mean that 3Z and Grumella have no starting awakening. They are getting no benefit other than, their gear from their characters. So the fact that they're still finding points here in the midst of that situation is quite impressive.
Yeah, it definitely is. We'll see what happens here. But it's once again, this time it's the goalie going down. Another KO for return to form. This time the power play probably going to be a lot more impactful if they can find a passing play. And there's a simple strike ward to seal it away. Nothing fancy, but they don't let it slip away this time.
Yeah, and a massive XP differential is already starting to show up as we open the first draft. All three members of Return to Form a level higher than their Sundubu counterparts. And Adrenaline Rush is in this draft, so more snowball potential for whoever happens to pick that up. But it looks like, for now, Moffin's going to be denying away the recovery drone, making sure that every KO that they get actually is counting towards those prize fighter stacks. That's extra special on Hungry Boy. The ad rush denied away by shapeshifting, but still two massive damage awakenings picked up by Hungry Boy and Leo Leon. But Threezy and Grimella do also find some bis in that draft. Some size on this Rasmus and aerials on the Estelle are both nice pickups, but you have to stay alive in order for those pickups to mean anything, right? And wow, that is a insane double kill. A nice misdirect there from Moffin Kui will take out shapeshifting and RTF back on their bullcrap.
Yeah, we'll see if they can convert more. Grimella needs to go down for them to figure it out here. And that indeed they find. How many prize fighter stacks is that?
That we're maxed on Moffin. We're at 3 on Hungry Boy, 2 on Leo. So we're rocking 9 in total on the side of RTF. And they're still rocking their barrier as well. They have the barrier advantage. All 3 of them are about to have flip. This is about as advantaged as a team could possibly be in 0.1 of a set. And this is set 2. They haven't even had that much time to scale yet.
Yeah, it is a little ridiculous here. And that's another goal. Leo Leon finds it. And so much meter on Moffin as well. It feels like they're fully scaled, like you're saying.
Yeah, I guess that's the nature of prize fighter, right? You are at max stacks getting 60. Hold on, that can't be right. No, we're getting what, 72? I can't do math. It's a lot of power. 18 times 4, yeah, that's 72. So yeah, that's about as much power as Spark of Power would be giving with 3 sparks, right? More or less. So it is an awakening that can just straight up transform any character into a killing machine. All 3 members of RTF rocking well over their normal damage numbers. But the barriers are going out. Oh my gosh, Leo finds the strike though. It's a 2-point lead.
2-point lead, and they show no signs of slowing down. What do you think that the Sundubu Strikers can do to really get something done here?
Stop dying and score before you die. That's really all that it comes down to. Oh my gosh, the maddening descent into Thunderstruck there finds another KO. It's looking incredibly tough, especially because shapeshifting doesn't have any sort of cooldown economy yet, right? So once you get, the 1 or 2 Asher abilities out from shapeshifting, there's nothing else. There's nothing else there that shapeshifting has to hold on to the barriers for any longer. So it's a tough game for the Sundubu Strikers here. And meanwhile, Saya, walk me through this draft. What kind of shenaniganery are Return to Form getting out of this?
Well, they're going to deny away the stagger. They're going to pick some glass cannon on Fini maybe, and everything's going to be great for them. I think that's what's going to happen. We'll see what ends up happening here. No need to lock in that glass cannon early, yeah. But, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, and nobody on Sundubu is going to be going stacks on stacks. You are getting 0 value out of that here. Instead, Threezy Breezy, with a desperate bid to turn this game around, has picked up Spark of Focus. That is a signal that the Sundubu Strikers are saying, you know what, this next set is in God's hands at this point. And if they can win it from here on out, maybe they can snowball into a scaling. with a double barrier to start here, and 3Z Breezy running rampant on the other side of the field. It's a good start, but 3Z Breezy is KO'd, and that is the start of the prize fighter stack factory that Return to Form has created for themselves.
Yep. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Well, with Muffin going through, it's not going to be easy to find exactly what the DUBU Strikers are looking for, which is a goal. And with another KO, it's looking more and more impossible. The back passes are coming out. 3Z Breezy standing still. RTF are just sweeping, I guess?
Yeah, the mental is crippling here for the DUBU Strikers. I can't say I blame them. This is about as dire of a circumstance as you could possibly get. Leo Leon already rocking 3 prize fighter stacks, and with that 1-2 punch, that dude definitely red cores in overtime. 175 power on Kazan. Those are some serious numbers.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous here. We'll see if they can bounce back, but I mean, what are you gonna say?
I was just baffled at 3Z strike wearing the triple take there. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that fast. They found a point. DUBU Strikers have found a point. Just two more DUBU. Come on, keep the series alive.
We'll see. But it's not going to be easy, especially with the flip on Hungry Boy. That's one berry taken, looking for 2 here. And 3Z Breezy forced to evade. They're methodically keeping this game in their favor here. And the only question is, how long will it last?
Yeah, I also think that's the question to ask. It is nigh on impossible to make progress. I mean, we saw Muffin and Hungry Boy putting out insane defense last game. This game is no exception. It seems like every single way that 3Z and Grimella try to spin this offense, Hungry Boy and Muffin are there to respond to it, and Leo Leon is there to capitalize on all the damage they're taking. Harry comes in for another kill. Grimella forced to evade. Muffin shooting out abilities on the back line will KO Grimella, and Leo finds the point shortly thereafter. This is series point for Return to Form, and this is one of the most domineering performances I think I've ever seen.
It's a little bit ridiculous here. They picked the damage on Prize Fighter Style on Oni Village. They're playing it fearlessly, and that's already one barrier down. That's already Grimella on that store. They are looking to close this out in a very clean way.
There's barrier 2. And we got players emoting on one another in the enemy goal box. Leo Leon just hooks it in. What a way to end the series. Yeah, Return to Form ran away with that one. I mean, to say that they ran away with it,
understatement.
is a bit of an understatement. Yeah, that is some Eclipse first, the rest to nowhere type crap. Well played from Return to Form.
Yep, and they will secure 5th in the regular season. Of course, it doesn't change the upper and lower brackets. It does get them a slightly less scary opponent, perhaps, if whoever drops down. We'll see what happens, though. And Cloak, the stat line's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, the damage numbers aren't even that high, but when every single tick of that damage is being contributed towards a kill, right? Like, there was barely any healing that was able to happen for 3Z and Grimella. Essentially, every time they were getting damaged, it was just the clock ticking towards their eventual demise. Hungry Boy, Muffin Kui, and Leo Leon, a trio of Grim Reapers sweeping across the field and reminding 3Z and Grimella, Memento Mori, remember that you will die. And with 14 KOs on Oni Village and all 9 goals scored by Leo Leon, what a freaking game to end the series off on. Return to Form looking incredibly dominant, and if nothing else, putting a brave face forward as we look to move into playoffs.
Yep. Well, that was that was not how I was expecting it to end, Cloak. But any last words before we head to break?
We've just seen everything. We've just said everything. Let's go to break, Saya. And do we have anything coming up after this?
We have horses.
We have horses. Stick around for horses, everybody. And stay tuned if you want to watch your favorite horse girls run. But other than that, have a wonderful rest of the day, and we'll head out.
Hello everyone, sorry for all the delays, and welcome to the CARAT Clash number 3. The biggest one so far, right? Over 200 entrants, but it's been a bit of a Start GG mess. 3 people got nuked from the bracket. The first bracket didn't function at all. But Chino, we're here to watch some Champions Meeting preview, and what do you think?
Well, I'm thinking I'm super excited for this. I have been running a couple races with the UMA in-house's ping, and I've seen some pretty interesting strategies from a bunch of players. I've seen some gold chips that have been quite scary, but also some front-running strats and a lot of evil natures out there as well, as expected. Plenty of debuffers. But yeah, no, I'm super excited now that we finally have this going here, and we'll be going into our first race on stream at least.
Yeah, round 1 has been lost to time as it was incredibly hectic with the bracket breaking and all of that.
Yeah.
But we have 3 of the survivors from that round 1 here. It's Shio, A, and Seno. And we're seeing a lot of nice natures.
Yep, as expected, there's the nice natures. All the debuffing. It's really a matter of building your stamina on your actual ace runner to be better than the other ones, the other aces. So even if you might get debuffed to, you know, crazy, very low from all these nice natures, if you can survive the onslaught better than the others, you might come out on top.
Yep, you might come out on top. We'll see. This is a bit of a scary lineup, right? Let's look at the number 1 favorite statistically. Shio, a very well-rounded horse, pretty low speed though, all things considered, right?
Yeah, low speed, but the skills are kind of scary. If you can hit these skills with the right timings, the right activations, it can turn things right around. There's also the you know, the Simbly Rudolph there looking very scary. Sorry, I'm watching
yeah,
through your
my
screen
my bad.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Now I can see in real time. But yeah, no. I think some people are also maybe sacrificing some speed in favor of stamina because of the nice natures, right? Because again, if you can survive better than the other horses, like, you might just be the one to come out on top. Even if there's no nice nature, you might get owned, but there is plenty to go around here.
Well, we'll see how it goes in this first race. This is going to be an interesting one. It is technically the same exact rule set as the Japanese Derby. We are getting the fancy word art, and we'll see who comes out on top, because once it's round 2 and onwards, it's anyone's game. There are monsters in this tournament.
Yeah. And there will still be quite a bit of luck involved, right? Will you hit that skill activation at the right time? I've seen sometimes Gold Chip runs ahead a little bit too early and ends up getting hit by the nice nature debuffs. But I've also seen Gold Chip run a little bit behind to kind of dodge that. So a little bit of luck involved. You have to just trust in your Uma Musume here.
We'll see. That's a lot of early skills being popped, and a lot of this is going to be how the positioning is near the end, right? Especially with all these debuffs, especially with the conditional skills, right? The Maruzensky skill and the Taiki Shuttle skill, but I think the Measure Orion skill as well. Those unique skills have proven to be the favorites for this exact Champions Meeting, and for good reason, right? That level of acceleration can just win you the race.
Yeah, those are really powerful for that last spurt.
Yeah, and then the last spurt could be important, but we're still pretty early on. And Chino, I guess, how's the mid-race positioning looking?
Well, we do see the gold chip running a little bit behind a Nice Nature, as mentioned, right? If Nice Nature activates the All-Seeing Eyes here, Oh, they might be waiting. And there could also be the Dominator from the Assembly Rudolphs as well. That is 3 nice natures that can debuff the entire track right in front of them.
Yeah, one of the Umas that has also been talked about, though, is Gold Chip, right? You talk about Symbolic Rudolph, you talk about Agnes Tachyon, but Gold Chip, also a contender trying to end close right now. But Agnes Tachyon, as mentioned, that is the only Agnes Tachyon in this race at Senos. And so far, keeping the lead, but with these debuffs coming in, we'll see if that ends up being a problem.
Oh man, here comes the Assembly Rudolph. But still, that Gold Chip is a force to be reckoned with from the outside. We get the activation from Rudolph, the guaranteed. You pass 3 Uma Musume, and it is a huge buff to her speed.
And that might just be enough. The Metro McQueen trying to catch up here. Will it be enough is the question. But that Symbolic Rudolph is way too far ahead. Completely in the lead. Will take it here. What a decisive victory. Number 5, that is Shio.
Oh man, the Assembly Rudolph coming through. The Gold Chip couldn't quite catch up in time. And yeah, the 2nd place. But that's just sometimes how it is, right? Sometimes the nice natures, and also the training of the nice natures too, right? They're trained to debuff. They're not trained necessarily to race. So they might be staying way far back behind the end closer Gold Chip. So that's something else to keep in mind. But a great job from Shio there with the Assembly Rudolph.
Yeah, very, very well played here. And it's close. It was a little bit close, but Symbolic Rudolph's unique is so reliable, right? And I think that it really helped Shio in this one.
Now, I believe next race is my race, unless there's another one that you're putting on.
Yeah, I believe so. So as soon as I get the code for that, we'll be looking.
Yeah, I still need to enter my Uma Musume in there. Make sure I got the right ones. And I think I can grab you the code as well if you don't already have it.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, here you go. I sent it in the chat.
This should be an interesting one. Do you believe in your Uma Musume?
Specifically, I believe in my Teo. If you wanna go through the stats a little bit when you pull up here, but I had a pretty good Teo run that I just could not beat that Teo run. And I decided, you know what? My other 2 Uma Musume are gonna be debuffers, and I think those are gonna be also quite interesting. But I am curious as to, I see an A+ Gold Chip here. A very scary looking S-Turf, S-Medium,
and
capped out speed 1200.
What group letter is this?
BY.
Wow, we're getting really deep into these letters.
Yeah. Lots of people. I think we've only grown, right, since the first time. It was like 100, a little bit over 100 the first time.
It was like 160 the first time. I think it was like 140 the second time, and now we're over 200. So. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been that combined with how hectic Start GG has been has caused us some headaches. Migraine afflicted. But we're okay. We are here.
Yep, we are. Well, let's head on to the preview of the race here. Nice natures coming through, and wow, number 1 favorite is your Tokai Teo.
The triple S rank aptitudes. Not many skills, but
the aptitudes are big.
Yeah. And I'm like, I literally can't get. I've tried so many runs to see if I can top this run. Could not do it. decided I'm just gonna go with debuffers. That's easier to build.
Yep. And speaking of debuffers, you're seeing a lot here, right?
Yep. We're seeing the, there's nice nature from everyone, from Zoo and from Bronya. Shoutouts to Honkai Impact there. But yeah, the evil natures, the Symboli Rudolphs as well. It's just the two, I believe. And then yeah, the Tachyon from Zoo. So yeah, so Zoo is scary with the 8+ gold chip. And I think Super Creek is the ace for Bronya.
Yep. Well, let's just head on to the race and see how it goes here. Do you believe, Shino?
I'm a believer. This is anime Teo right here.
All right, let's keep an eye, because you got the 2 pink gates and also the red one, okay? 3, 9, and 8.
Yeah. That gold chip, I am worried. I'm worried about that gold chip.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. The debuffs could also come down and be a problem. We'll have to see how exactly it goes here.
Yep. Now, being on an outside gate, I think, is a little bit better in a race with only 9 Uma Musume. Compared to some of the career races where they'll have the full 18, and it's like, oh damn, they're all the way on the outside. They have to take so long to get in to a good spot. But here we are.
Yep, and my eyes are on that Super Creek. Not a character that we've seen too often, right? Not in the previous. I don't think we've seen a single Super Creek in the previous tournaments, and well, I think that's a lot of that does have to do with the conditions of the tournament, but
yeah,
that's new.
Yeah, I think Super Creek is another alternative to Tachyon, right? If you want to run that solid pace chaser with a lot of healing, Super Creek is definitely an alternative to that. I'm not 100% sure on her unique activation, but I'm sure it's another, gold skill equivalent like Tachyon's.
Yep. And right now, Nice Nature in the lead here. Probably not for long. Yeah, let's be clear.
Yeah, this is an interesting. I wonder whose Nice Nature that is.
Wait a second. But yeah, that is Zoo's Nice Nature fully in the lead here. Taking a look at the preview of your current Umas, they're all over the map currently. The gold chip that you were so scared of is starting to ramp up.
Yeah, there she is. Always so scary. Lurking in the background there. There's the heal coming out from Tachyon. And we are going to be rounding the final turn here into the 4th corner soon, I believe. Or no, yeah, past the tree. Here we go. This is where all the activations come through. There's the Dominators. All 3 Dominators coming through. Hesitant Late Surgers. All these debuffs. But Teo looking like she's pulling through. There's a Nice Nature coming through as well.
Oh,
Teo
but the gold chip!
Look at the gold chip!
Oh no, Teo getting caught up to by the gold chip. And if the gold chip has that kind of a lead heading into the final stretch, it's looking like it's already over. What a run by the gold chip. That's Zoo right there with a crazy lead into a win.
Oh, yeah, there it is. What a lead from the gold chip for Lent. If she goes uncontested, if she finds that right, outside line through, no one in the way, you're not blocked, everything's great, she is chilling, and she gets that dub right there.
Oh, and your tail was looking so good, but didn't pop her unique, right?
No, she didn't. So that's one of the unfortunate parts. Her unique is a little bit conditional, where I kind of want a front runner to be behind and in the last stretch, because otherwise, without that, a little bit rough.
I can't. Yeah. Thankfully, Uma has 2 different scenes of being able to look at the Umas, because I clicked next on instinct and then I caught it. So these are the skills, And of
Yeah.
course, we talked about it, right? The Marzensky
Yeah.
unique, the Major Orion unique, so
Mhm.
important. Playtime's over, important as well for this. Like, yeah.
It's just all the skill activations coming together. You aren't really hit too bad by the nice natures, and it just goes to show that, you know, Gold Chip right now quite the scary Uma Musume. When a lot of the stuff right now is directed at pace chasers and front runners, right?
But we're going to catch one last round 2 match, and this one's between some titans of the game. Sawara, who has been a perennial contender, is here along with Lilybun, who is also a fearsome opponent. And the third member of that trio is Talong, who I've not heard of. But, you know, if they're here, they must be good.
Yeah, we will find out. Now, I ran into a funny coincidence when I was doing my team trials the other day. I'm like, wait a second, that's Sawara right there. I ran into Sawara in my team trials, and I lost most of them. So I wonder what Sawara has been cooking for the champions meeting. But again, everyone here should be quite the terror on the track.
Yep. And this is going to be an interesting one. I'm just going to let you talk about the Umas real quick. Because there's quite the variety here. There's the front runner Harura strat. I've heard rumors of that one. Just killing the entire pace of the race with that. And if that's successful, that could be the game-winning play.
Yeah. I remember seeing a tweet a couple weeks ago, or like last week, where it was literally, yeah, there's a strat on Japanese servers where you run a very poor front runner, so you force a really awkward pace for the pace chasers.
Yeah, and we'll see if that ends up being the thing. But that also relies on, I guess, the winning Uma to also be there from Alice, right?
Yeah. I'm noticing there's only one pace chaser.
Oh.
Everyone else, that's an end closer Mayano Top Gun.
Yeah. So is it anti-pace chaser strat specifically?
I think it might be anti-pace chaser.
Oh my! This is a monster.
That's terrifying.
You got all 3 skills, right? All 3 uniques you want. A Marzensky, Ryan, and Ogre Cap. And you have Slipstream. And you have an S in medium.
Yeah.
That's scary, but Sawara, of course, the perennial threat.
Yeah.
There's let's pump some iron there, and there's also not the scary skills people have been talking about there, but go with the flow as well as shooting for victory. We'll see. We'll see if that works out.
Yeah, one thing I'm gonna be concerned about for the Simply Rudolph is if she can activate her unique, because there's only one pace chaser. There's the Urara, who might be gasping for air on the floor halfway through the race. Will she fill the condition to pass 3 runners? It should be pretty easy, but there's a lot of late surge. So there's a chance she heads up that pack and doesn't pass anyone.
Yep.
Gasping for air. Look, she's trying her best. She may be gasping for air. She has no stamina. But she's having fun.
Yep. Well, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah. And that Mayano Top Gun is scary. I remember seeing something as well lately. I think it was yesterday. Where you end closer or late surge Mayano Top Gun would be a good investment to train. And we're seeing that here. Where's the Urara? Oh, there's the Urara. Oh my god. She is she's behind. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
the strategy is not working out in this race in particular here, unfortunately. Maybe it will cause Grass Wonder to have a hard time, but that might just be it. My eyes are on the Symbolic Rudolph of Suara and the Mayana Top Gun of Alice, number 3 and number 7, the ones to keep your eyes on in this race.
Alright. We get the heal come through from Special Week. Bunch more skills popping here. Mostly for the play, but okay, Rudolph falling. Oh, Rudolph falling way back here, which might prove beneficial for her unique. But Mino Top Gun looks like she's in a pretty good spot for this, as long as she doesn't get blocked. That threat of the Aurora right there might end up causing her to find an awkward line.
Oh, wait. Think about it, too. Wait, Harurara is surviving? That means everyone's running incredibly slow, right? The Aurora effect is coming in.
Yeah.
And that might just be what Alice wants with this Mayano Top Gun, as all the skills are popping for Alice.
Yep. Okay, here's the Mino Top Gun coming through. Oh my god, look at that gap that she's creating right away.
And look at the Symbolic Rudolph completely behind everyone.
Oh,
Alice is a genius. It's the Harurara strat completely winning. It's not even close. The final stretch is a formality, as the absolute genius of the Harurara pace killing is perfect.
Oh my god, that strategy working out so well. That's such a big gap. That's like a 6 length gap. Man, this strat working out so well. Because again, like you said, it makes it kind of awkward for anyone up in that pack to run whatever pace Aurora is at. And then you have the end closer Mino Top Gun just like, okay, whatever. Like, I'm doing my thing here. I'm chilling.
Yeah, what an incredible performance. What an incredible strategy coming out. But we got to keep moving because round number 3 approaches, right? And that's the meat of the tournament.
This is where the real big killers have, made it out through the round 2. Remember, it is only one person making it out of these groups. So as we wind down to these later rounds, these are all gonna be killers.
Yep. Sent out the last ping. The final rounds are coming through now. We are in Group CV. We've gone through almost 4 entire alphabets worth of groups here.
Lots of players, and I'm glad, okay. I'm surprised, but at the same time not, at how Uma Musume has blown up with the global release. Like, I was, already a fan previously. I'm like, okay, it's nice that global's coming out. I'll play it. And then it just blew up. And we have all these entrants for CARAT Clash. It's been a great surprise to see the amount of love people have for the Uma Musume.
Yep, I'm going to start doing channel point predictions for this one as well. There's only 3 entrants after all, so it's going to be quite the interesting prediction.
Yep. And we'll probably want to view the skills a little bit as well to let people maybe decide based off of that.
Yep, we will see. Just gotta get into this first match here, and then we'll keep going.
I'm just saying right now, I think my channel points are on that Maya no Top Gun.
Yeah, the strategy is just incredible.
Yeah. It's actually terrifying. Like, today, right? I mean, you saw my race earlier, the gold ship was I was already scared of that gold ship, right? But low-key, I think that Maya no Top Gun strategy is a little bit scarier. But we'll see. It will come down to luck as well, right? The skill activations. Will we get those procs that we want? Who's gonna get blocked? Who's not? Etc. If there's a single other front runner, it doesn't work.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. Yeah, I'm really banking on no one bringing a front runner, and honestly, it's a pretty good gamble, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen too many front runners. On occasion, I'll see the Mihono Bourbon. We saw the front runner McQueen earlier. So I wonder if there might be some. There were some Marzenskis as well. Marzenskis, maybe Silent Suzuka. So there may be a few out there. We'll see if that actually does mess with the strategy a little bit.
Yeah, but Alice Loibon dropping the knowledge in the chat. Team has 2 modes. Aurora's also debuffing. So even if the complete frontrunner destruction mode doesn't work out because of competition in the front running department, it still might work out in the end.
Yeah. I did notice one of the subdued debuffs coming out from the Haru Urara.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting here. And I'm also wondering how many people exactly are in this round 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 21, 25. Yeah, 25 people remain.
That's 25 killers right there.
25
And you know, this
experts.
Yeah, and you know, this is we've seen the gold chip, we've seen the Mino Top Gun, so that should give us an idea of, hey, other people might be running equally scary Uma Musume. We don't know yet.
We'll have to see as this race is gonna start in just a second here, and we're gonna see Lilybun Alice appear again, because that's how the group flow works out here. And there are many scary Umas in this one as well.
Righty. We see the Tachyon, the Rudolph. There's the nice natures that we expect to see. But it looks like the Rudolph and the Tachyon are probably the big ones to look out for. But we do have, there's a special week, the TM Opera O. Maybe a mix of, they just have the one nice nature and then 2 solid Uma Musume for racing. Lots of late surge, a couple of pace chasers. I believe, Mino Top Gun is the only end closer.
All right.
So,
let's see.
Yeah, let's get right into it.
So we actually got some intel again from Alice in the chat, and she is currently saying that Agnes is very strong. So let's take a look.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh wow. That's the 2 Excels, right? But that's also, of course, Wingmeister, Professor of Curvature, the staples, and Tail Held High. This skill is so reliable in this environment, especially. Has the Lone Wolf, and has the S in medium. Very important. We'll see.
I actually think in my practice runs, I was up against that Tachyon. And I did, I think, win. Maybe. But we'll see how that fares in this context here with the Aurora strat.
Yep, we'll see how it goes. Malcurl already in the chat saying they put me against monsters. And like Brickbat saying there are only monsters left. You are one of them for making it to top 25 or 4. I don't get it. Whatever. I'll write top 25 for now. It's not as neat as the double elim bracket, of course.
Yeah, no, everyone here is a monster. Alrighty. Oh, I think I remember now, because I believe this Tachyon is running Lone Wolf, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if I saw a proc there. So there is a strat where someone's nice nature may run Lone Wolf as well to remove it from other Lone Wolves.
Yeah, and this time the Harura still making sure that it's a very interesting state of play here, right? Just keeping the pack slowed down, keeping up even though she is not suited for this race here. And look at everyone who's behind the Harura just getting absolutely killed in terms of speed, positioning, and everything.
Yeah, like look at that. Opera O accelerated so quickly, but then slowed down a lot, and then Special Week as well might be getting a little bit confused with the pace. And there's that lingering Mayano Top Gun pulling up from the side there.
Right, Rara still keeping the pace slow. TM Opera O looking to try and make a breakthrough perhaps, but yeah, the Mayano Top Gun is in this good of a position this early on, relatively early on. Like, it's scary.
Yeah. Seeing the heals come through. But this Mayano Top Gun, such a good position. I'm scared. Yeah, there's the Special Week unique going on.
There's Flashy Landing though. There's unique from the Mayano Top Gun, who is quite possibly just catching up here. Final corner. Running forward, trying to pass the TM Opera O, who has the lead for a moment. But the Mayano Top Gun's continuing, and you can't forget about the Special Weeks right behind the Symbolic Rudolph as well. Mayano Top Gun running forward, but TM Opera O and the Special Week behind. TM Opera O maybe with enough of a lead, but the perspective might be playing tricks. TM Opera O is ahead. No, it's Mayano Top Gun. No, it's Mayano Top Gun by quite a bit. And once again, the strategy has proved to have worked.
This strategy is so good to watch. Oh my god. This is something else from Lily Bun. Wow, like I don't have the words for this Mayano Top Gun. Like this is a tournament winner strategy right here. Actually crazy stuff. Like if we look at that TM Opera O real quick, I'm sure we're gonna see a very scary TM Opera O as well. But again, that Urara kind of messing with the pace is just so annoying for these pace chasers.
Yeah. Well, what a wonderful race that was. And there are only more wonderful ones waiting for us in this round. It's round 3 where everyone is locked in. And next we're going to go with some other greats. It's Bastion, Zonseki, and Frozy. Zonseki notably in the previous tournament got blocked by a CPU horse and lost in round 1. And that did not happen this time. The format's a lot less friendly for that kind of thing. And they vowed that they'll succeed for this one.
Yeah, we'll see how that pays off here in this group. I think so yeah, there's Bastion and Frozy as well. I recall, I think I had raced against Frozy earlier. Though I will say, in my practice races earlier, I did not run into any of these monsters, the Gold Ship, the Mayano Top Gun. So I guess for frame of reference, I won most of my races. With my scary tail. So these are the kinds of people that are making it here. They are also gonna be scary, but I wonder, I want to see what Zonseki is bringing. I think I raced against Frozy. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm crazy. I did a lot of races earlier.
Yeah, I saw you in the in-house mines, and in-house activity has been picking up quite a bit, I think. A pretty good tool to see how you're going to do in the champions meeting, right?
Alrighty, so here we go. Again, 3 nice natures from each trainer here. But we see, yeah, the 2 Tachyons running pace. Also 2 Augury Caps running pace. We got an A+ and an A, but there's a gold ship as well from Zonseki. I think I may have raced against Bastion as well. I wonder.
You're
But
seeing
again,
familiar faces here?
that gives you kind of an idea of like how scary these people are, right? You know, these races had me sweating in the practice races. And you'll see much of the same here, right? Everyone here in round 3 is a killer, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, we're gonna see the almost capped out speed. I kind of expect that at this point from every trainer. Almost capped out speed, probably 800 to 1000 stamina. Lots of healing on this Tachyon. Maybe that'll come into play for the debuffs.
Speaking of debuffs, let's take a peek.
Yeah. Mystifying Murmur, All-Seeing Eyes, and then whatever else you can grab.
Alright, it's a Group CW to second round 3 here. We're gonna head right into it. We have a lot of round 3 to work with. I think starting in round 4, we'll start showing every single Uma. Because that's when it's the cream of the crop, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I'm scared of these end closers. I do find it interesting though, because I remember looking at a stamina chart, right, that I'm sure everyone is referencing in that really big document, where end closers do require more stamina than late surge. So I found that to be interesting. So that kind of changes how you train a little bit, right? But again, you're not going to be hit by the debuffs as much when you're running end closer. So we only have one green skill from the gold chip there, the plus 40 power coming through.
Yeah, and we'll see. The Agnes Tachyon taking quite the large early lead, but right now, my eyes are potentially on the gold chip who has just gotten rushed. Not a good sign, especially in a race where stamina is everything, right? That HP bar is dwindling as we speak.
Especially with all these debuffs, right? Like I mentioned earlier at the very beginning, it's a matter of training your stamina to be better than other Umamusume stamina, even if you don't necessarily meet the requirement, or maybe you sacrifice a little bit of speed. You really do need that stamina for these 3 nice-natured races.
Yeah, the nice natures bring up the back, surrounding the gold chip at the moment, but there is the anchors away, trying to build up some speed in this race, trying to make sure that everyone's under a lot of pressure as the gold chip advances. But number 4 up ahead, that's Bastion's Tachyon that we were talking about. Currently, just completely uncontested at the front as we head to the final corner.
Yeah. I'm curious how this Tachyon is gonna hold up the pace here. I don't know. That gold chip's looking very scary. The pack is looking scary. They're all pulling up.
In 1 second, everyone just converged to the front. They were waiting for an opportunity. Number 7, Zanseki's gold chip currently ahead. No, the Agnes Tachyon still maintaining the lead, but the Ogre Cap in position to steal it away, perhaps. In such a good spot. The Triumphant Pulse. Triumphant Pulse is activating everywhere.
Yep.
Can they get it done is the question. We're heading to the finish line here. Just gotta see Agnes Tachyon, Ogre Cap, so much. Agnes Tachyon lost stamina. Not enough HP. Not enough HP.
Oh my god, that last 200 is always scary with the Ogre Cap. You can never count Ogre Cap out because, I mean, like she or maybe a number of others said in the anime, the race doesn't really start until the last 200 meters. Especially with that Ogre Cap right there, showing us why you get the Triumphant Pulse, and there you go. There's the dub.
And Bastion was so good, right? So far ahead, maintained the lead to the very last moment. But in the final, 10 steps of the race, not even a distance, just the 10 steps, the Agnes Tachyon ran out of HP, and that was it. That was the race.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Zonseki saying stamina is super important. Yeah, sometimes you do have to sacrifice that little bit. And this is honestly, right here, we're running this format the exact same as the champions meeting. So this is also good preparation for the champions meeting. You get an idea for, oh, I lost this time because I just didn't have enough stamina, or maybe I overcapped my stamina a little bit. Maybe my skills were a little bit weird, or maybe I want to steal that Aurora frontrunner strat. But yeah, no, stamina super important. If you die, you die. You're on the floor. Your horse is on the floor. Nice nature kind of broke her kneecaps. Yeah, it's a sad life when you're tired.
Yeah, and to those of you who know of a certain saying, maybe it's time to revise it a little bit. Instead of if you're blocked, you're blocked. If you run out of HP, you run out of HP. If you're dead, you're dead.
Yep. Gotta watch these nice natures, man. Like, these lobbies will sometime. I mean, I think almost everyone we've seen so far has had 3 nice natures, right? Everyone bringing one along. So you need to have the health to survive the nice nature onslaught.
Yeah, Umas die when they are killed.
Yeah.
We'll see though. This lobby is also coming up. It's Anna Ninetails, Butter, and Zoo. Names that I'm not familiar with in the slightest, but I'm interested in seeing how they do because usually winners aren't the known quantities in these tournaments.
Yeah, I think Zoo was the gold ship that I lost to, if I recall correctly. And I wonder what the other 2 are going to bring here.
Yep. Well, currently we're waiting for the lobby to start. Zoo has hosted it, but
yeah,
they're currently missing. We'll see. Hello, waiting, ready to start the lobby. Oh wait, they started it. Let's go. Let's go, Zoo.
Yeah, the only HP that matters is through the final hit point. That is true. If you can survive, if you can stay alive above 1 HP, that is what matters.
Kind of not really, right? Because you need a certain amount of HP to do the last spurt, the final spurt.
Yeah, because there is that. You need to have... Well, so there's 2, right? You need to have enough for the final spurt, because that's when your Uma Musume decides, okay, I reached this point in the race, I'm starting my final spurt, I have enough health. But then you also have to survive the late race debuffs as well. Here we go. We see
a lot of debuffers.
Yeah, 3 nice natures. I see the rice shower there. Big fan. And there's the gold ship that I lost to earlier. And let's see. Lots of lates. Couple of pace. No front runners. So we are going to have 1 random pace chaser move up to the front. And we saw Bastion last time with the Tachyon pulling up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. The Grass Wonder, a pure debuffer Grass Wonder here. Not looking to win the race, but looking to do a lot of damage, as is a common theme in these races.
I will say the wit is... I think a little bit lower than they would like for that Grass Wonder. I think it was only at like 800. I think ideally, I mean, of course you have to finish the career, right? But I've seen some reach like 1000 wit, 1200, just to make sure they get all those debuffs out. So we're kind of leaving it to chance, but we'll see. There's a bit of luck involved. You might get blocked, you might get your skill procs. We're gonna get into it.
Yep. Into another round 3 race, as these are starting to take a little longer, right? These are the meat, and I'm just... The tournament started pretty scuffed. Start GG issues were really rough, but once it gets past round 2, these tournaments are always so fun to watch. Everyone is so locked in.
Yeah. Because again, it only takes a couple rounds, and all of a sudden you're surrounded by other killers, right? You are basically running a G1 race. You're surrounded by these top tier, very well trained horses, and you belong there for a reason. You are also one of these monsters up here. But now we have a Tachyon front running again.
Yep, a lot of them in the front at the moment, but we see how we have seen how that can change at a moment's notice later on. Right now, though, I do want to take a look at the debuffs coming in, right? Because a lot of debuffers in this race, and we're seeing the effects of it on a lot of these Umas.
Alrighty, everyone is pretty spread out here. No blocking really going on, and I imagine, as we reach the third corner, it's gonna look a little bit dicey, where we might start to see all the skill procs. Here's the uphill, and here's the activation from Gold Chip.
Yeah, the Gold Chip was in a decent spot here, is amidst a bunch of other Umas at the moment, but we'll see what happens. A lot of healing coming through as well, too. You got to counteract those debuffs, especially as you're approaching the final bit of the race, right? Only 1,000 meters left.
Tachyon keeping up the pace so far. The other Tachyon not too far behind. Now here come all these skill activations. There's the Gold Chip coming through.
The Gold Chip is rocketing forward, right past everybody, right past the Agnes Tachyons. It's not even close to Gold Chip. As long as the stamina can keep up, it's not going to be close. And that's the Gold Chip of Zoo taking a dominant stride forward. We saw what happens when you run out of stamina, but that's not going to be the case here. Plenty of HP, got that velocity in the end, and what an acceleration to take it.
What a strong Gold Chip here. Showing us why she's been so strong. Like, again, she's set up for a good position most of the time. Most of the Uma are pretty spread out. Or even if she finds that outside line, she's still got plenty of stamina, plenty of HP to work with to get all these activations and just rocket right on through to the finish line.
Yeah, very, very well played. And the Gold Chips getting it done, right? Wow, the two velocity skills, the two acceleration skills that you're looking for, of course, here. And not just that, but also ramp up as well. And it was good. And the proficiencies. Oh, wow. Just a really, really good Gold Chip all around, I gotta say.
Yeah. And you got the double gold healing as well. So even if one misses, the other one will proc, hopefully. And as an end closer, you hopefully dodge some of the debuffs as well. Yeah, I mean, very strong Gold Chip.
All right, but we're moving it right along. Group CY, we got to get through all of these round 3s to get to the round 4, which is top 9, by the way. If you make it to round 4, you're basically a tournament winner.
Yeah.
But you got to go further.
Yeah.
And in fact, it might be fitting that this tournament has 5 rounds. 5 rounds, just like Champions Meeting. If you win this one, you're the ultimate champion. That's 5 wins in a row.
Yeah. That should be a good sign for whoever wins this to take whatever Champions Meeting groups they get. And again, for me, it's gotta be that Mayano Top Gun. I think that Gold Chip is also gonna be quite scary because both of them, it's basically a battle between the end closers, right? But they do have to make it there. They are going to be, they're going to be in separate groups in round 4 as well. So if they do meet, it will be because they win their round 4 races and they meet in the final race. If we get to that, that's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, Frozy saying double S I'm cooked. You're lucky. You don't have to play Lilybun or Zoo in the next round. But there might be scarier opponents coming up, okay? So Don't count your chickens before they hatch, you know? But
Yeah, we are.
it's
yeah,
another
we're waiting.
round. It's another group of Umas.
Alrighty, we have there's a front runner, McQueen, possibly one of the ones that I raced against earlier. And I see two nice natures, probably a third down there somewhere. And we have a pace Mayano Top Gun, and there's an end closer again, gold chip. Ooh, but the Ogre Cap, we saw that earlier, and we did see the Grass Wonder, the B+. I bet this is gonna be big debuffs as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Ooh, yeah.
All right, but anyone you
so-
want to take a look at in particular?
I am curious about frontrunners because we usually don't see them, right? This is the first Silent Suzuka that we've seen as well. So let's see what we've got going on here. We have 1 gold healing, and then Rosy Outlook. I think that's guaranteed if you are in the front. Yeah, when you're in the lead. But with one other frontrunner, a little bit dicey, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of back and forth in the middle race, so it should proc. But there's the red shift, right? As you mentioned, the Marzensky acceleration, always so powerful, no matter which Uma Musume you are running.
But you can't count out the gold chips, right? As long as they survive, as long as they get to a good spot, and as long as they get the skills that they need activated, then they just take over.
Yeah.
All right, but it looks like we're ready to head in, and we'll see how it goes here. Okay, so Wolfsy's saying my front runner McQueen was a random Uma I threw in. She's not built for this. That's a good sign for the Silent Suzuka, right?
Yeah. Because at least the Rosy Outlook has a higher chance of proccing in the mid-race. And, that's ideally where you want to proc your healing, right? In the mid-race, you don't want to proc your healing too early because you might overcap your health. And you don't want to proc too late because if you proc during the final spurt, for example, well, your final spurt might have started a little bit later because you didn't proc the heal earlier.
Yeah, we'll see. Mine Top Gun also. Alice has been the main character of Mine Top Gun, but maybe this one can prove to be a challenge in that final set of rounds here.
Okay, so we do have the Silent Suzuka holding up the lead, setting the pace as we sort of expected here. But I see the Subdued Frontrunners. I know Subdued Frontrunners is a guaranteed skill from the Tachyon card.
Oh, and the front running has been taken over by McQueen for a little bit. That could mean bad things for the Silent Suzuka. Her skills really depend on her being in first place.
Yeah. Especially during the mid-race. McQueen might actually be actively trying to prevent that heal, but... Oh, she's trying. She keeps going back and forth.
Oh.
Do we see that Rosy Outlook come through?
Yeah, it's dangerous here. And right now, McQueen maintaining a slight lead over Silent Suzuka. That is really, really bad as the mid-race is pretty much over, really. This frontrunner challenge, I thought it would be a blessing, but this McQueen is good enough to contend here, and that is proving to be a huge problem for the Silent Suzuka. Won't be able to activate all of the first-place dependent skills at all.
Oh, man. Yeah, this McQueen is just keeping up pace.
Wait a second.
Now we have all the acceleration.
Yeah, home stretch coming through. And watch out, because everyone is trying to catch up at this moment. There's the Silent Suzuka, barely makes it into first place, breaks out of the pack, and tries to rush. And that's going to be enough. That's going to be enough. The Ogre Cap trying to run as well, but the Silent Suzuka broke out of the pack, got past McQueen for a second, and was able to create enough distance with the inherited unique skills. Triumphant Pulse trying to make a break for it, but I don't think it will be enough to catch up. Silent Suzuka with a sizable lead. It's shrinking, but it's enough to take it.
Oh, damn. that silent Suzuka coming through. And you know, another important thing to note here, right, is if you are front running, you may dodge some of these debuffs, right? The all-seeing eyes and the if domination or dominator is there. I think there's a range to it, right? Like 20 meters or like 19, something like that. So if you're far enough ahead, you'll just dodge these, right? But wow, I think, was that our first front runner that we've seen win this?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen like a front runner ace. So that's definitely what's happening here. That's gonna be scary. Leo 2DX moving on to the top 9. Right, but we got more. We are almost at the halfway mark, really.
Yep. We got 5 more five more groups in this round 3 left to round out our round 4. And yeah, Leo 2DX is going to be up against Zoo in the round 4 group. That scary gold chip waiting up there. Actually, that's gonna be quite curious. We have the end closer gold chip versus the front runner silent Suzuka.
Yeah, and this is gonna be an interesting one here. Once this lobby starts, we'll get right into it. I think Ring is the player I'm pretty sure that I was looking at for this one. I could be misremembering. We'll see though.
I like Not Gran's name being Not Gran, and then in Start GG, their profile picture is what's her name? Cheetah. That's definitely not Gran.
Definitely not. Right, let's see. Let's see how it goes. CZ. Yeah. We're almost out of the C's. We're almost done with 4 separate alphabets.
Yep. Yeah, and we are going to end on DH. That is 4 alphabets and a bit. Like 4 alphabets and a third, basically.
Wow. That's a lot of groups that have happened. That's a lot of races that have finished with each one eliminating 2 players. It's going to be an interesting one. But what do you see?
I see the Pace Chaser, Marzensky. Okay. And there's a late Mayano Top Gun. Okay. Front runner Marzensky. That one is expected. I see the Curious B+ Tachyon. Oh, front runner Urara.
Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion as to what strategy we're seeing here.
Yeah. Wait, yeah, because Ring has the Nice Nature, the Urara, and the Pace Marzensky. I wonder if that will mess with the strategy a little bit. But I mean, they got this far, so it's definitely worked up until this point. But I think the scary part with running this kind of strategy is you do have that front runner Marzensky as well from Not Grant, which I was gonna say may not care about the Urara, but that is pretty low stamina, I think. Right?
Yeah, you are right. Only Swing Maestro as well does have the SN medium, but this Marzensky could be in a lot of trouble in terms of HP, and we know how much that can matter. And chat's pointed out that they know Ring and Poplar, so Nakaran it might be in a little bit of trouble here, but we'll see what happens in the actual race.
Now, I think I may have... No, I'm wrong. Because I do not remember going up against any Aurora strategies when I was in the Uma in-houses. Alright. We'll see if the frontrunner Marzensky can hold up against the barrage of 2 Nice Natures. And yeah, I remember seeing that B rank Tachyon, who I imagine if you're B rank, probably a debuffer Tachyon.
Yeah, I'm definitely very, very concerned for not Gran here. That Marzensky, very, very low HP. We'll see if it's a miracle and it's enough. But more importantly, let's see where the Harura lands in terms of that front running.
I did notice the Lone Wolf on one of the nice natures. Something important to note. Either she uses it for herself, which may not be that important, or she takes it from others. So no one's running Lone Wolf, but we have the gold chip lurking in the back there. Oh, I see flustered end closers. That might hit the gold chip a little bit. We'll see if there's any more end closer deep. Oh my god.
Well, the front runner Marzensky has done the most important thing in terms of how this race plays out. It has denied the Harura from controlling the speed of the race, so not going to be completely manipulated by Harura like that.
Yeah. Alright, we're seeing the flustered pace chasers. But again, I think, yeah, because for not Gran, I think the Mayano Top Gun was the ace. So that will hit not Gran. But for Poplar with the gold chip and Ring with the... Oh no, Ring is also running Pace Marzensky. Another flustered end closers.
Yeah, we'll see if that's enough. The top graphic is very hard to read. The camera's going crazy with the Harura currently in 9th place here. But with all of these acceleration skills activating, you know it's the final corner. You know everything is determined here. And right now, my eyes are on that front runner Marzensky, who is still somehow near the front here. But that HP bar might run out at any moment, and that Marzensky might drop off instantly. The gold chip from the outside. The Marzensky's desperately trying to keep going here, but the gold chip is approaching slowly but surely. Will it be enough? It's the Marzensky's keeping up. They're keeping going, and one has fallen off. But number 2, wow, that gold chip was really, really close, but Ring will take it.
Oh man, and I think it was those end closer debuffs coming through at the end, hitting that gold chip to allow that Marzensky through.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, not Gran, not enough HP, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the Haru, though. What was the strat? Okay, yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's debuffer flex as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Marzensky gave up before the finish line too. Yeah, we saw that drop off at the end there. The kneecaps were busted. She got tired. Nice Nature was yelling at her from all the way in the back. Both of them. It was not a great time. Couldn't concentrate. It was over.
Yeah, and as they say, if you're dead, you're dead.
Yeah. Uma Musume might be an HP game, I think. Contrary to popular belief. It might not be a wit game.
We'll see what happens in Group DA, though. We're in the Ds. We have reached the next alphabet, and we are heading into one where we have a player known as the GOAT. Will they be the GOAT? Wait. I'm looking at the... Wait, who... I'm trying to match StarGG names to lobby names. And who is who? Because Shio is Shio. And we know Shio from earlier, right? But there's the GOAT and JP Migrant. And in StarGG, they're Ana main and Kaizener. The GOAT is Kaizener? Okay, that explains a lot. But I should probably alert... Wait, who made the lobby? Kaizener? We are ready to start. There we go.
Yeah, that front Aurora, I imagine, was for the pace down, but it didn't work out because we already had the Marzensky frontrunner to set the pace. So it didn't really look like it actually did much other than Aurora trying her best, looking like the Arima Kinen.
Yeah, but if there are no other frontrunners, it does work quite well. I gotta say.
Mhm.
And yes, you are right. I go by Cow. This is Rabbit and Steel music. But
Oh.
there's no cooperation here, unlike in Rabbit and Steel. These Umas are out to get each other.
Well, cooperation among your own team of 3. Right? You've got your debuffers trying to, get these all other Uma out of the way for your ace here. And JP Migrant with that A+ Ogre Cap. And the Goat with the A+ Tachyon. These are looking like scary teams so far.
Oh, but the HP might be a problem.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah.
Because that's only 1 healing.
Only 1 healing and no S on medium, right?
Actually, I want to make note. There were 2 green skills there. Tokyo Racecourse and Standard Distance. So those are going to be plus 40 each for the single circle, I believe. So plus 80. Still alright for the stamina, maybe. We'll see if that comes to play.
It does feel pretty low, though, I gotta say.
Yeah.
It is a late Ogre, so yeah, she would be dying out there with pace, I gotta say. But
yeah.
Other than that, any other Umas you have your eye on? The Agnes Tachyon, maybe?
Yeah, maybe the Agnes Tachyon here. Okay, we got the 3. So this Tachyon is not going to be dying here. She's going to be quite healthy. And there is the Triumphant Pulse. There is the Let's Pump Some Iron as well. Both very, very powerful skills. And yeah, I think this Tachyon also looking pretty good, but only having the A rank aptitudes might come into play as well. I wonder.
We'll see. We're in Group DA as the round 3. A lengthy round. So many people, but I do want to feature all of them, right? It is the top 25? Top 25 or so, and it is definitely the competition heating up here.
Yeah. Top 24 has... Oh, wait, no. 2 of the groups have only 2 people in them.
Yeah, so I think it's 25.
Because it's 8 groups and 3 people, right? Which would be 24.
Is it 8 groups with 3 people? I think it's 7.
Oh, is it 7?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, you're right.
Plus 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll see. Get your predictions in now before the Umas start heading over, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I don't have a clear favorite, I think, which is interesting, but I guess to those who have been following the stream, Shio is a notable name.
Yeah, no notable favorite. I think these are quite evenly matched, but we're gonna find out at the end of this. But even at the end of this, right? Like, you may run the same exact race with the same Uma Musume again and get a different result, right? Because it all depends on how they run too, right? If they're running a little bit too far ahead of the nice natures, they get hit by the double all-seeing eyes, the double mystifying murmur, right? Or maybe they stay a little bit back, they dodge the debuffs, and then in that final spurt, they just zoom right on through. Anything can happen here, really.
Alright, well, that is the gold chip getting ready to make the surge all the way forward here. Close the end, some might say, as we approach the final corner.
Yeah, that is quite the wall she has to get around. So that may come into play in this final stretch, because I feel like these... Oh, but the Ogre Cap may be in an awkward spot there, behind the McQueen, behind the 2 nice natures there, who may not be suited for running.
Number 7 gold chip all the way on the outside edge, pushing forwards, looking for an opportunity, but the Symbolic Rudolph is fast as well. Hesitant Patience is hitting absolutely everybody as Benjamin McQueen outpaces the Agnes Tachyon for now, but Symbolic Rudolph is so far ahead, activating skills even at this moment. Velocity up, but there's a Triumphant Pulse coming in, and that's going to be enough for the gold chip to take such a lead past the Symbolic Rudolph, and that's the victory for the GOAT.
Oh, what a gap from the first two plate 10 lengths, but it is. I mean, these gold chips, man, these end closers are so scary, right? It's so hard to hit them with these debuffs, and then once you see that unique pop in the middle of the race, it's like, oh man, like, am I still good here? Are my Uma Musume fine? Are they gonna get overtaken by this gold chip? And chances are, it's probably yes. These gold chips have been terrorizing this tournament.
Right, but next up, we're going to a group with some familiar names from previous CARAT clashes. It's Shaw Esther, Axios, and Fish. And Axios and Shaw Esther, I recall, have top 6'd in multiple, well, in at least one CARAT clash each. So definitely names that we've seen before, dedicated to the tournament grind since the very beginning. And we'll see if they can move on here, because this is another level. This tournament is a lot more difficult than the previous ones.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, we've kind of settled in the post Kitasan Black banner, where now most people have really grinded out their teams, especially with the upcoming Champions meet, right? Where, okay, we need to get our mediums going right away. We've set up our sparks from when the game started, especially those that played from JP or Korea or whatever other servers that you played on, right? That already know, like, okay, this is what I want to do, set up my sparks, set up my inheritance, and get set up for the first Champions meet. And we're seeing that come through here, right? Everyone here, very well prepared.
Yeah, very, very, very well prepared here. And we're going to spectate another race in this round 3. 3 more round 3s than 3 round 4s, and finally the grand final at the end of it all. But taking a look here, anything that surprises you right off the bat?
All we do, B+ Mayano Top Gun Frontrunner. That is, I wonder if that's the kind of the Aurora level, like, I just threw you in there just because, or this actually looks like a solid Aurora, or I mean, Mayano Top Gun.
This is confusing, I gotta say.
Yeah, ratings don't always tell the whole story, right? I mean, solid frontrunner. I think so this could be another thing too, right? If you run a kind of okay frontrunner, it probably negates the Aurora strat a little bit, right? But we do see the gold chip there as well. 2 gold chips, actually. Yeah. Now, I remember going up against Empress Esther's gold chip in practice runs earlier. I think those were a little bit back and forth. I think the gold chip came out on top more often.
Oh, wait, yeah. Wait, this lobby is incorrect. Oh, no, I need to reset all my prep as well. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Moods are wrong, yeah.
Well,
someone can correct me on this. Because I was told that in the actual Champions meet, the moods are randomized.
low-key, if I wanted to be like truly faithful, it would probably be all great mood, right? Because people are going to be using parfaits.
Yeah. Until the final bracket. Okay. No, not the. If you know, you know. That's I believe a Smash thing that happened. Yeah.
It is pretty close.
You can't parfait CM anyways. Ah,
Yeah, okay. We'll see. We'll see.
yeah, we'll see.
Just gotta spectate the lobby, and then we'll see how it goes here. Any expectations heading into this tournament, and were they filled or were they not? Like, were there any Umas you were expecting to see specifically? Were there any players, and are they here, are they not, etc.?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've heard me mention this multiple times, but I ran a lot of the the matchmaking, the UMA in-houses ping, where it's like, oh, I saw this player before. Wait, did I see this player before? Like, I ran a lot of these. I'm like, oh yeah, I think that name's familiar. Is that name familiar? Yeah. But yeah, no, I think the expectations were pretty like they fit the expectations pretty well. Like I expected the gold chips, I expected the nice natures, and then people, if you're not running gold chip, you're probably running some other ace, right? Maybe the Tachyon, maybe some front runner, maybe you got the weird pace chaser Marzensky, but you hit the aptitudes for it, and it works for your strategy. And also the pleasant surprise again with the Mayano Top Gun, right? I really wanted to see that strat, like the end closer Aurora strat, and I've been pleasantly surprised by seeing that today.
Okay. We need to remake the lobby again. I have really bad news. This time it was made with random mood.
Oh no!
Which is technically faithful, but unfortunately we want it to be a little bit less RNG, so we will not be gambling mood.
I think for the sake of our own sanity of everyone involved, whether you're a trainer or running this, let's just keep things as consistent as possible within our control, and let the RNG on the track dictate what happens.
Yep. 3 more round 3 matches remaining, and then we'll be heading on to the 4th round where only 9 players will remain. Yeah, maybe next time we'll do awful mood.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, what if we do an awful mood? I think that'd be kind of funny.
Yeah, but if anyone here is in the tournament, I think most of the chatters were. You check UMA General, people are posting all of their UMA gifts, and I'm seeing some ones that I have not seen. What is this? What? The Machikane Fukitaru holding the drink? What? What? Huh?
Oh, I think, yeah, I've seen that one. I will say shout out to Lily Bun for the Mayano Top Gun. So I wasn't really aware of Mayano Top Gun's lore until I played her career, right? Because I mean she's kind of asleep throughout the entirety of season 2. So I'm like, I wonder what is this Mayano Top Gun character like? And my guess for Road to the Top as well was, the main character might be Mayano Top Gun, right? No, it's Naruto Top Road. So that was a little bit of a disappointment for me. I'm like, damn, I was close, but not. But yeah, no, I'm a fan of Mayano Top Gun. Big fan of seeing her ran in this tournament here.
Yeah, and if we ever do last place wins tournament, you'll have to perfect trying to get 1 in every stat and all the negative skills. that might be interesting, but maybe later in the game's lifespan when we're bored of the normal races.
Yeah, let's do an E+ limit. I think that would be quite curious to watch. But here we go. We have our lobby all set up with the good mood this time. And again, we saw these earlier already. Gold chip, old recap, Marzensky. I feel like it's a little bit more well-rounded. Not as many debuffers this time around. We have the one nice nature there. And maybe some debuffs coming through from Simply Rudolph. She does come with the Dominator. And maybe you run some cards that give some debuff hints.
There's the Dominator.
But yeah, there's the Dominator.
Let's see, but this Symbolic Rudolph from Axios might have been the reason why they've made it this far. Has the S in medium.
Yeah.
Only one skill for HP sustain here, but maybe it'll be enough if the debuffs aren't just crashing down.
Yeah, especially with the late surge, it does help with the stamina requirement a lot. And, you know, you may run out of HP, but do you run out of HP faster than the other Uma Musume, right? So that's going to be important, right? Do you have more health than the others?
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. And again, Umas die when they are killed.
Yeah, they sure do. Like, can this nice nature like stop screaming in my ear already? Like, come on, man, chill.
Yeah, and if all of y'all are using this as a test for a champions meeting, that's good. It's basically the intent here, with with a fun prize at the end. But yeah, 5 rounds. If you win all of your rounds up to the final one, then that's the champions meeting final, and that's what this tournament is pretty much. Maybe the harder version of that, with less prep and scarier opponents who are locked in.
Yeah, even myself, right? I'm considering, because I see this Marzensky up here, I'm like, wait a second. I've got medium sparks. I could try for this medium Marzensky training for the upcoming Champions Meet, because we've seen that do pretty well. Even the Silent Suzuka as well that we saw earlier. So front running may be a solid strategy as well, especially to kind of avoid the Urara strat, right?
Oh, and I saw the gold chip kind of brush some sweat here on the one all the way in the back. So that's a little unfortunate in terms of the HP consumption. That gold chip is not doing too well here. But we'll see as we're heading into the last part of the track.
We're gonna get the anchors away from both gold chips here. And one of them is looking to pass these Symboli Rudolphs, but both of these Symboli Rudolphs have Dominator.
Yeah, and they're feeling the pressure of the HP drain as well, as they're also brushing some sweat here. The Marzensky accelerating as we speak, and it's a clump at the front. Will the gold chips be able to advance? The answer may surprise you here, as everyone is rushing forward in this final stretch. Amount of Top Gun trying to get forward, but I don't think it'll be enough for this poor B plus or whatever rank. Symbolic Rudolph's approaching here. Have enough past the Umas as well, perhaps, but there's the Emperor's Divine Mights. There's the outside edge. Is it Axios? Is it Fish? It's getting really, really close at the end here, but it's going to be the one on the outside, number 2. That's going to be Fish.
Oh man, that was so close at the end. We've had so many close calls with these late surgers, with these gold chips. But it is going to be the Symboli Rudolph coming through. Both of them taking the first and second, but Fish being the one to move on here.
Yeah, and wow, it was really, really close, right? Axios was almost there, but Fish just a little bit more at the end. Let's compare the skills. Pump some Iron, Redshift. Pump some Iron, where there's a will, there's a way. 2 XLs versus 1 XL might have been the difference here.
Yeah, and also the gate too, right? Because I think Fish had the outer gate proficiency. I'm not sure. Oh, but yeah, that's gate 2. So that didn't even come into play here.
Yeah, well done to Fish for moving on here. And we're going to head to the scuffed final 2 groups of round 3.
Yeah. only gonna be 2 trainers for the upcoming 2 groups here. For the first one, DC, we have Fong Elena.
Oh wait,
and
that race already started.
oh,
Okay, so we're gonna skip that one. That's DC. Did the results get posted? DC. I need to ping them. This is a little bit strange. What happened to DC? Kana. Oh yeah, DM me the DD room code while I wait. Kana won. Okay, so we're gonna skip right over that one. But it seems that Kana is the one moving on, and now the final race approaches for the group stage of round 3 here.
Yep,
Yeah.
we are gonna get Juan Vivo and Bowser.
Yep, there's gonna be 3 NPC horses in this one. Gonna be interesting.
Yeah, we'll see if your lone wolf gets sniped by an NPC horse.
And this is a bit of an easier prediction. It's not 1/3, it's 1/2. Only 2 players in this one. So if there was ever a time to think you can predict, then predict now.
Yep.
Actually, wait, let me cancel that. I'm gonna put some respect on the NPC horses.
Yeah, let us bet on the NPC.
Okay, there we go. All right, get your predictions in now. We're gonna be yapping about the horses.
Can we bet on the NPCs having lone wolf?
Yeah, the
Maybe
NPCs
not.
having lone wolf is crazy, by the way, if it happens, and it did happen in the past.
Alrighty. Once we get into the lobby here, there it is. Okay, do we have a lone wolf on an NPC?
No lone wolf. No lone wolf. No lone wolf. We're safe.
Ooh, okay. So what we have here is, so there's the front runner Mihono Bourbon. I'm not sure if that's the same one that I ran into earlier. And then the 2 nice natures from both players, and the TM Opera O Gold Ship Tokai Teo here. Pretty good rounded out roster here for both players.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with the TM Opera O. So far, we haven't seen the most success, right? But might be the pick that gets Franhua. How do you say that name?
Oh yeah. I remember asking earlier, yesterday actually. I'm like, if I have to commentate and say your name, is it Spanish J or English J? And it is Franhua.
Okay. No, that makes sense because they're Juan Vivo on Star GG. Maybe I could have put 2 and 2 together, but anyway, we're heading into the race itself. Maybe the NPCs will get it done, but right now the favorite is Bowser, flood by Boris over Franhua. It's gonna be interesting, this one. The Mihono Bourbon and the TM Opera O, right? Kind of representative of these 2 players. I don't think players of those 2 Umas have made it this far.
That's a devious chat, right? I mean, okay, the Necha Kyomo Kawaii, yeah, she is, sure, but she's a little bit evil throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, somebody
I guess
say
you can
hostile.
be cute, and if cute, why evil?
We'll see in this one. The nice natures right next to each other, ready to do something devious, and the lone wolf uncontested from the NPCs. That's going to be the Tokai Teo. Pretty happy about that one.
I did notice the double late start from the Mihono Bourbon and the Tokai Teo.
Oh, and these NPCs and the Mihono Bourbon. Uh-oh. This might actually affect the race quite a bit here.
Yeah, they are actually all front runners here. which could also serve as, you know, if you're blocked, you're blocked. Once they fall behind. It's a little bit less of a case because we only have 9. Oh my god, look at that pack in the back. We only have 9 Uma Musume, right? So there's a lot less chance compared to, you know, the career races where you have 12, 16, 18 Uma Musume, where it's a lot easier to get blocked with more Uma in there. But here, maybe less of a factor, right? You see them kind of spread out, TM Opera O and Tokai Teo in a pretty good spot, but kind of blocking Mihono Bourbon a little bit here.
Yeah, that number 1 Mihono Bourbon in a little bit of trouble. Number 7 is that TM Opera O slowly advancing here as Mihono Bourbon is in a bit of trouble. Yo, the cameraman is not focusing on the action. I know Nice Nature is cute and all of that, but like, come on. But we're heading to the final corner as Team Opera O makes a break for it very, very early here. Just trying to find a way forward here, getting debuff, but still rushing forward. Mihono Bourbon and the gold chip as well in pursuit. Tokai Teo trying to find a way to pass here, but Team Opera O is so far ahead. Will Tokai Teo find the speed, find the acceleration to get it done? And the answer is looking like no. It is such a massive lead for the TM Opera O, and it's looking like Francois has it all locked up. What a massive win by like 5 or so lengths. That was dominant.
Yeah. And, you know, those late starts definitely hurt. But I do remember in earlier practice runs, I did go up against Francois a couple times. I did win those, but like by a margin. It was very close. This TM Opera O, very scary. You got the double healing. You've got the 900 stamina. It's very hard to take this TM Opera O down with the Nice Natures. And I think even with the NPC forces too, right? Having that -1 player means -1 Nice Nature potentially hitting your TM Opera O. So this TM Opera O, super healthy, just straight shot right to the end there. Especially after that Tokai Teo, Mihono Bourbon got that late start.
Yeah. And it looks like we're heading right on to round 4. This is the top 9. It's Lilybun, Kaisner, Fish, Rosie Ring, Kana, Zoo, Leo2DX, and Juan Vivo Francois. 9 people remaining at the end.
Oh, and this is where things get real scary. Like, we were already up against monsters here in this round 3, but this round 4, like, anyone that survives that round 3 is just absolute top tier here. Like, first up, right, we're gonna get Lilybun from Group DE, and Kaisner and Fish. And Lilybun, notably, right, as we saw earlier, running that super scary Mayano Top Gun.
Yeah, that is a very, very scary strategy that is being employed. But she is up against Kaisner, the GOAT. And maybe that nickname is enough.
Ooh. It's going to be a tough one for everyone here. And I remember Lilybun mentioning earlier in the Twitch chat, you know, maybe I need to bench the Aurora with these front runners coming up. So I wonder if there's going to be a shift in strategy for this upcoming race. I imagine we're still going to see the Mayano Top Gun, as, you know, even without the strategy, this is a very, very strong Mayano Top Gun. So I'm curious to see what else Lilybun has to offer to support that Mayano Top Gun.
Yeah, and just waiting for the other 2 players to trickle into the lobby here. Currently waiting on Kaisner, the GOAT, and Fish. Everyone in this 4th round, in this top 9, is here for a reason, right? They have made it here because they won over 3 other groups so far, and as the competition gets closer and closer, that is no easy feat.
Ooh, I'm seeing this 1k spent on Lilybun here, with the channel points. Feels yeah, I'm looking at these bets here. I want to see what you guys think, right? Because again, that it can't be stated enough how scary that Mino Top Gun is, but we saw the GOAT earlier also proved to be quite the force. Um, we'll find out. We'll find out very soon. But it's looking like Lilybun's quite favored.
Lots of Lilybun fans, but all of these horses are very, very scary, especially that Harurara. Let's count the front runners. Fish with the Mihono Bourbon going to be shutting down that strategy.
Yeah, we see the gold chips coming through. We see there's the Mino Top Gun. And yeah, it's going to be down to these late surge and end closers, right? The Simply Rudolph, the 2 gold chips, the Mino Top Gun. I don't know if Special Week is up for this challenge here. We'll find out, but I really think it's down to these end closers, especially.
And I promise, starting from round 4, we're going to look at every single Uma. Wow, this sure is a gold chip. Double healing.
Yeah.
And
Double healing. Very healthy on the stamina. S medium. And we're almost capped on the speed. 1000 power. We got the triumphant pulse. Shooting star. Behold thine emperor's divine might. Oh man, what a combination of skills too.
there's a special week with the Lone Wolf. This is not as scary of an Uma as most of the pack here, right?
Though it is a, if you have the Lone Wolf, you might as well throw that Lone Wolf in there in case there are other aces running Lone Wolf. So while she may not perform the best, there are chances where she can steal, a little bit of stats, or if she has that Lone Wolf for herself, it may make the difference, right? There is that S medium as well.
All right, just for archival purposes, we'll take a look here as well really quick. But number 3, it's Fish. And of course that Dominator coming up, as well as the double XLs, right, on those inherited uniques, Tail Held High and Slipstream. Importantly, that's going to be quite helpful, I think.
And, sure, you've got the single healing, but you've also got the Dominator, right? That's kind of like a... You're choosing to sacrifice one healing for a bunch of skills, and you have Dominator to kind of offset that missing healing. But here we go, yeah. Again, another very scary gold chip, right? The capped out speed, 1000 power. It's what we expect to see at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, the Mino Top Gun. We know it. We've seen it. This is, so far, the iconic Uma of the tournament, but facing down some absolute monsters, this Agnes Tachyon is no different, right? Has some excel, has the triumphant pulse, has the healing, most important, to survive a lot of things despite the stamina being not the craziest, but yeah. Yep, and there's the Harurara. We've seen it. We've seen it. We've seen what it can do. It is also packing a lot of debuffs thanks to this support card in particular. The Symbol Rudolph, and of course some from the Rice Shower.
Then we also have the front runner Mihono Bourbon. Not too scary, not too many skills, but will be able to set the pace and kind of negate that Urara strat. Right, only 1 heal. 870 stamina is a lot of stamina, but with the nice natures,
You're gonna need it. And speaking of nice nature, wait, there's only 1 nice nature in this one.
Oh, interesting.
And this one has some debuffs. Not the craziest debuff nature I've seen, though. Relatively low wit, too, right?
Yeah, very low wit, actually.
We'll see.
But as we've seen from the GOAT, right, the priority has been that gold chip, right? That gold chip, super, super strong.
All right. It is going to take a bit here to get into each race, but the hope is that it's worth it for the info dump, for the race itself now coming up. The predictions, 65% on Alice, 28% on the GOAT, and 8% on Fish. We'll see.
Will Fish be the underdog here?
Yeah, the game thinks
The
differently with how it's evaluating that Symbolic Rudolph, but with Mana Top Gun having triple dashes, I'm not sure if the game can be trusted. Tazuna is an unreliable narrator.
Yeah. Oh, double late start.
Ugh. That
Okay,
is
but-
a little rough here. Hopefully the debuff Aurora can get things done, but the double late start is not going to be very, very
No.
nice, and that's the Mihono Bourbon taking a very, very large early lead here. And of course, with the Harura disabled, that means that this race's pace is going to be a lot deadlier.
Yeah. Look at her go. She's trying her best. No, the Ari Makinen. Oh no. She's trying her best. Here we go though. The 2 gold chips trying to head up the rear here, and that Symboli Rudolph as well. Looking quite scary from the back. The Agnes Tachyon also, as noted, right? We have the guaranteed healing from the unique. I don't recall if we saw the healing skills proc yet. There's the double anchors away from both the gold chips. One of the gold chips got hit by the Mystifying Murmur. So I wonder if that's gonna be a difference maker there as well. Buster Pace Chaser's gonna be hitting that Tachyon, but that Tachyon, as we saw, has plenty of health, plenty of healing.
Oh.
Okay, she's looking kind of okay, but the gold chip coming up from the rear.
It's
And
looking
the
it's looking like a gold chip difference here. That is, which one is it? Is it number 4? It's Fish on the outside corner to Symbolic Rudolph as well, and looks like Alice is out of contention for this one. Symbolic Rudolph rushing forward from Fish along with that gold chip perhaps, and that's gonna be a dominant Fish performance.
Oh! Oh my god, that looks so close at the end there between the gold chip and the Symboli Rudolph, but oh boy. The gold chip coming through the Mino Top Gun. So sad, look at her. Up the 6, but Fish, the the rice shower of this group here, the assassin coming through with the gold chip. Oh man.
Yep, and it just completely, really just it took over that gold chip. Symbolic Rudolph, also from Fish, got pretty close in the end, but wow. And all of that was enabled by the Mihono Bourbon of Fish, right? A lot of that was the making sure that Harura couldn't get it done, really, and Fish's team just did everything.
Yeah. You got the pace set from the Mihono Bourbon, and then as soon as you have that all set, you have your Rudolph and your gold chip. It wasn't even, oh, if one wins, then, the other trainer's out. No, but it was just a fight between Fish and Fish.
Yep. All right, heading to the next lobby here. Group DF is coming up here, and that's going to be 2 more players eliminated from the top 9. Everyone's made it this close, but only 3 players can make it to the final lobby, the grand finals. The true champions meeting ahead of the actual champions meeting. We'll see.
We're gonna be getting Frozy, Ring, and Kana. So we missed Kana's race earlier. And I do not... I vaguely recall Ring.
Ring is also Harura up, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah.
And I'm scrolling down. There's only one front runner in this lobby, and it is the Harura. So even though the strategy was shut down in the previous race, we might see it fly high in this one. Alright, I'm just waiting for him to start the lobby. It's awkward.
Yeah, we saw how scary it was when the strategy works. But you know, in a way, having your own front runner definitely something to consider to negate that kind of strategy. Maybe, when you get to the champions meet, in I think it's 2 weeks ish, that might be something to consider. Train a front runner to stop that strategy.
I guess the other thing is, like, front runners that are suitable for the champions meeting are kind of hard to come by, right?
Yeah.
You have they're mostly 3-stars, right? And you have to build them.
Yeah. So, you wanted to go through every Uma Musume here. We have Kana up top there. Yeah, we have the 2 nice natures. Okay, and then the Haru Urara, who's basically acting as a nice nature.
All right, Kana's
So,
been
yeah,
invisible so far, right? We have no intel, but this is looking like a powerful gold chip, as expected. Wow, Kana already pulled. Hello? Kana's the rank 4 team trials guy?
Wait. Wait, is that? Wait. Let me. I'm opening up team trials right now. Oh. Oh. Wait.
Okay, but Wanda, you never told me who it was. You pinged me 2 hours ago and said that there was someone. You never told me who it was. But moving on to Measure Orion as well. This one was not created right before the tournament, right between the banner and the tournament. But definitely a scary contender as well with the double XLs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and having 1 healing, perfectly acceptable when you have that stamina and you are running late. There is the pace Marzensky that we saw, right? Who, came through after the Aurora set up the pace, right? It made it awkward for everyone else. And Ring, that's why Ring is up here.
Yep, and next up is the Ogre Cap. Got that shooting for victory and the Redshift, along with Ogre Cap being Ogre Cap. This is going to be a definitely contender, as Frozy also bring an Agnes Tachyon, who is probably not going to fall victim to losing HP anytime soon.
Yeah, we got the double circle standard distance, which is the plus 60 stamina as well for double circle. So pretty healthy.
And there is the Aurora we were talking about. Lilybun had a similar one. The Ring will try to advance 1 round further. And speaking of just a little further, here's a nice nature, here's the double gold debuffs, and here is everything that you can need with the high wit as well. Very well trained.
Yeah, this is a very solid debuff for nice nature. I think you target basically everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Basically everything there. That's Frozy's. Ring, on the other hand, we mentioned earlier, right? Pretty low wit, but does have a lot of debuffs. Not the double gold, though.
Yeah.
And finally, the Symbolic Rudolph. This one, again, like, not much to say. Definitely another contender among many contenders.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. But let's head on to the race itself. It's Frozy, Ring, and Kana trying to make it to the final 3 where Fish awaits. Who will join Fish?
Alrighty, I want to look at the predictions here, and it's looking like Ring favored and Kana at 13%. I see it bouncing around a little bit. You can still do your... we should probably close these predictions now that we're starting the race. But yeah. Oh, it's starting to even out a little bit. Some 20% between Frozy and Kana.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it when the gates open. Because these are moving. People are investing in Kana.
Yeah.
Oh, last second.
Man.
All right, they've been stopped, but Yeah, that's definitely a lot of predictions going on here. But speaking of predicting, that unfortunately the Harura are unable to get that early lead, but still setting the speed, I think.
Yeah, because with the single front runner, I think this will make it awkward for the rest of the Uma Musume. I wonder. It doesn't look like it's doing much right now, though.
Yeah, Harura is falling off. I guess it's having some effect, maybe. Let me read the Lily Bun write-up again because she kind of explained everything. Okay. Fastest Uma in the front. Oh, okay. So it didn't work too well, I think, this lobby. Diogo Recap taking the front at the moment here. We'll see.
Have the pace chaser Marzensky just trailing a little bit behind the old recap, but again, these late surgers. Oh my gosh, the camera. That Rudolph is. Oh.
I've read it over again, okay? And Aurora is working as intended here.
Okay.
Aurora is working as intended here. The entire pace of the race is a lot slower, and with that, it allows stamina consumption to not be an issue here, especially if Ring with the Harura has built the team to min-max speed and power a little bit more. That might make the difference here. Right now, though, we're looking at the Ogre recap from Frozy all the way far ahead, but everyone is in pursuit. You gotta watch out for the gold chip, of course. The gold chip has been the demon of the late bracket, but right now the Ogre recap still maintaining a little bit of position, but maybe too far ahead to Proctor Triumphant Pulse as the Measure Orion comes up forward as well. Ogre Cap in a lot of trouble. Measure Orion Gold Chip surging forward, and it's going to be Gold Chip taking the first place here.
Ooh, the lone gold chip from Kana coming through. And it was just a Kana race, right? The gold chip and the Measure Orion at the end pulling through. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and I think Frozy could have had it. Yeah, Ogre went first, right? If she was second, that would have been a brilliant performance, but no one was there to take the lead away and couldn't proc the Triumphant Pulse.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the nature of a strategy like this with the Aurora, right? You mess with these conditional uniques where, you need to be in the 4th to 2nd place. You need to trail behind another Uma Musume for X amount of seconds. And that just didn't... We saw that right there. The Triumphant Pulse did not come through. The last 200 meters, Ogre was in front. No Triumphant Pulse. And that was it for that Ogre cap. And Kana moving on as a result of Ring strategy.
Yep, we're ready for the next one. It's Zhu, Franhua, and Leo2DX. A host of interesting names, I gotta say.
I imagine Leo2DX is a 2DX enjoyer.
Yeah, I'm just typing out the predictions so people can have their fun. Having to write 2 names for everyone and then find them on Discord is quite a lot of identities. What?
So, I remember, obviously, I'm gonna remember my own race, my own trauma of losing to Zoo's gold chip. But yeah, Leo 2DX with the front runner Silent Suzuka that took it last time.
Yeah.
And yeah, Franhua with the TM Opera O. I believe the TM Opera O is the ace of Franhua's team, if I recall from racing them previously. But that gold chip lurking in the back, so scary.
Yep. Oh. Just taking a look at all of them so far, so that I can input them into the sheet. But it sounds Suzuka. This was the key to victory.
Yeah.
For Leo2DX. We'll see if that performance can be replicated here. And taking a look at the stats, I guess, any other things you could point out?
Yeah, no, not particularly. We saw this earlier, right? Strong stamina. We have the rosy outlook and the swinging maestro. right? Decent enough healing, and maybe because you front run, you avoid the nice nature debuffs, or you even avoid the Dominator. We will see. I'm not sure if I don't think there's a Simply Rudolph in this lobby, but
Well, number
anyways,
2
moving on.
is a very, very tanky Measure Orion. Lots of stamina, double gold skills here, but this one doesn't work here. So
Oh yeah,
it feels like a bit of a filler, I gotta say. This Measure
Yeah.
Orion,
yeah.
but it is what it is. Team Upper O, on
Also-
the other hand, this one was pretty scary, right?
We have the Swinging Maestro, we have the Gourmand, double healing with 900 stamina, super healthy, and you've got the acceleration skills to back that up as well to close out these races.
Yep. And next up is my own Top Gun, and I don't know. This is a very, very scary my own Top Gun.
Yeah.
I don't think was it the one that won? I don't think so, but definitely something to watch out for while you look at the Sound Suzuka.
Yeah, because I don't imagine anyone else is running Lone Wolf as well, which is important, right? If we have the outer post proficiency as well. I'm not sure the gate. I think this was an early, yeah, because that will go over the speed cap of 1200, right?
Yeah.
So that's gonna be important.
And now we're headed on to the Nice Nature. Pretty low wit, but decent amount of skills, and importantly, disabling the Lone Wolf is this Nice Nature.
Yeah.
Franhua said, "Don't check the Nice Nature, please." This Nice Nature isn't doing a whole lot, huh?
Yeah. You just have to pray she procs those, I guess, with the 600 wit.
Continue on for Franhua though. There's the gold chip.
Mm.
Not really much to say here. I think we're just getting through all of them now, just so that the people who are tabbing through the VOD can look. But
Yeah.
this gold chip, there's a lot to talk about.
Oh, we got the outer post proficiency, right? This is the last gold chip that would. Wait, is it? Because it's 6 to 8, right? I believe. Oh, and she is 8. Oh. So we're gonna get that additional buff as well for this gold chip. Very scary. This is the one that knocked me out earlier, and we can see why this gold chip has lasted this long.
But
And there's the 1200 wit.
Leo TDX knows what they're doing with this one.
Yeah.
Alright. Wow, it's exhausting trying to talk through every Uma.
Yeah. But we only have one more race after this.
Yep.
Alright, let's see how those predictions are looking right now. And Zoo with 71% right now.
Get your predictions in right now before the gates open and they close.
And I'm traumatized by that gold chip, man. I'm like McQueen trying to avoid gold chip. I just can't. It's in front of my face. It's there, taunting me. Moving on to potentially win this tournament. But we have 2 other scary contenders here as well.
Yep. We will see how this one goes here. The gates open. And of course, a lot of skills being procced early. This Sound Suzuka depends on taking that lead early, and it will be pretty reliable in a race like this. And the man in Top Gun too, keeping the pace. But oh, a rush on the Sound Suzuka. That could come back to bite them later.
Especially as a front runner too, where you have a higher stamina requirement as a front runner, so anything that hurts your HP is going to be very impactful.
Yeah, we'll see though, as right now she is far in the front here. It's looking a little dangerous for that Sound Suzuka. My eyes are on perhaps the gold chips, as they are always lurking.
Mystifying Murmur hit with the 2 gold chips and the Menchiro Ryan behind them. So these 3 Uma Musume leading up the rear are looking pretty healthy right now.
Yeah, and the Measure Ryan and one of the gold chips are Zoo's Umas, so that's really, really good. The skills proccing as well. And if this Team Opera O gets past Sao and Suzuka, that is the Sao and Suzuka done for here. If that pass is made and maintained throughout this last section, the Mystifying Murmur as well hitting the Sao and Suzuka. It's looking Sao and Su's over at the moment. Here's Ryan Top Gun popping the skill, and we'll see if that changes things. Currently rushing forward into the final stretch. Dangerous spot to be in for all 3 leading the pack here as the gold chips are in hot pursuit. Hesitant late surgers might help a little bit, but there's the Ryan trying to get past is the gold chip, but the debuffs are popping at the perfect moment here, and that might just be enough for the Sao and Suzuka to barely eke it out. The gold chip trying to approach, but not enough speed. It's a Sao and Suzuka, no, it's a TM Opera O so far ahead and maintaining the lead into the final stretch, into the victory for Francois.
I want to make note of the gold chip, I think from Zoo, that got blocked at the end. We saw she couldn't go anywhere. She got caught in the pack and just couldn't do anything, right? If you're blocked, you're blocked. And I'm curious, if we scroll down, how did that gold chip place?
Oh.
Just couldn't make it, right? Like it was in the final corner, right? In the 4th corner, as we were ending that, I saw like this wall of nice nature and gold chip just right behind that, and super unfortunate for Zoo, but it is going to be that TM Opera O moving on from Francois.
Yep, and Juan Vivo, Francois will have a chance to defend the home ground of the CARAT Clashers here, as we'll see. They've been a perennial advancer, but never reaching the final lobby. Now they're here against 2 newcomers in Fish and Kana.
Ooh, what a tournament it's been. It's been very pleasant to see how well everyone's been training their Uma Musume up until this point. And we're down to our final 3, right? But even up till now, right? During those round 4 races, even the round 3 races, right? We can see how luck can come into play. We saw Zoo was favored by our audience here. We saw how that gold chip performed earlier in pretty dominating races, right? But then she just got a little bit unlucky at the end, got blocked, and that was it. That's the end of your run, right? And, that could be a factor in this round 5. We could have seen a totally different round 5 here, right? If luck went one way or the other, but this is the timeline that we're in right now, with Fish, Kana, and Francois rounding out our final 3.
Yep, just gotta get them in the lobby. Predictions are up. Who do you believe in is the question. There's a lot of Francois fans, and I would not blame you. Definitely seems like the underdog, right?
Yeah. I'm a little bit like, man, I'm pretty sure I beat Francois in like most of the practice races earlier. Ooh, I beat that TM Opera O earlier. Ooh, but again, it's down to luck, right? Luck of the draw in the actual races, who you're up against. And, it came down to Francois making it up here to the finals. Very well deserved.
Yep.
Yeah, this morning. Yeah, my Teo won against your Opera.
Yeah, so technically you're also a finalist.
I'm not the one up here, though. I'm not the one. As a competitor, right? For those who may not know, I normally compete in fighting game tournaments, commentate them as well. And sometimes it's just really down to who was correct, right? Who made the right decision. Maybe you trained wit one more time than you needed to. Maybe you trained stamina one more time than you needed to. And maybe in the actual track, I rushed. late start. I got blocked, etc. And whoever comes out on the end is really who wins, right? Doesn't matter the preparation at that point. The winner, I mean, once you take the first, that's it. We are in Grands, yes. This is the final race. Maybe you spent some money.
All right. We are just about ready to go, and we'll be taking an extra good look at everyone this time. But just an overview, I guess, of the UMAs that are here. Who are you looking at as the focal point of this race?
I don't know. I really don't know. All of these Uma Musume are so well trained. I don't have a clear favorite here, right? We've seen these gold chips perform extremely well. We've seen the Simboli Rudolph from Fish perform very well. You know, the Mihono Bourbon, they're kind of setting the pace as well. Maybe not a top contender, but has set up Fish for success. And one important thing too to know, right? Simboli Rudolph, again, needs to pass 3 Uma Musume to activate her unique. And if you are running your own front runner, you are guaranteed at least 1 pass for your Simboli Rudolph. Unless your Mihono Bourbon just pops off and, you know, takes the race anyways. But yeah, it's gonna be a good one for all 3 trainers here.
Yeah, and taking a look at the debuffers too, right? Not as many debuffers, contrary to expectations, right?
Yeah. Yeah, just the one nice nature there. And I mean, the Simboli Rudolph has the built-in Dominator, and if people so choose, they can take other debuffs as well. I think both of these Simboli Rudolphs only have Dominator, but even as a sort of like self-sufficient skill, right? She wants to pass. She's gonna activate at a time, ideally, where I'm gonna get my 3 passes, I'm gonna activate Emperor's Divine Might, and close the race out. So still a very scary debuff from both the Simboli Rudolphs here.
Yep. All right, let's take a quick look through all of them here. First up is Kana's gold chip, and this is the monster that qualified Kana for this grand finals. The inheritances are crazy. This in particular is absolutely insane.
The MLB is kinda crazy.
Yeah, Peeps and Marzensky parent. Oh my, that is an incredible parent.
Oh man, that really is.
Yep. Well, that's Kana's first Uma, but honestly, let's go roster by roster. Kana's Medra Orion in the number 3 slot, number 3 gate here. And it was really competitive, right? With the gold chip at the end, took the 2nd place spot in that grand finals qualifier.
Yeah. Yeah, very good skill setup here. And I also think it's interesting to run the competitive spirit when you're expecting the nice natures throughout this tournament, right? Even the Simboli Rudolph sometimes, right? If we get the activations here for that, there's 4 lates.
Yeah, there's 4
so
lates.
I don't think that's actually activated.
Oh, just not enough.
But the double circle left-handed, we're going to have the plus 60 speed as well.
And to round out Kana's roster, there is a Simboli Rudolph that didn't do as well in that particular race, but is still a very, very scary Uma nonetheless, right? Right, and number 2, Fish. Fish's roster real quick. Fish has this Simboli Rudolph that has been pretty successful so far. We didn't talk too much about it, the double XL, and potentially vulnerable to some debuffs, but since there's only 1 debuffer, it's going to be a relatively chill lobby here. And of course, like you mentioned, the frontrunner Mihono Bourbon might set up that Simboli Rudolph a little bit.
Right, not a top contender here, but still in this race to set up the pace.
Oh, and this gold chip is the reason why Lilybun's strategy, like, could not make it all the way, right? Like, her placements in the semifinal really suffered because this gold chip just took over with the raw stats, I think.
Yeah. And one thing to note here as well, we do see the Lone Wolf. We saw another Lone Wolf earlier. So no Lone Wolf for this race, but still a very, very scary gold chip nonetheless.
And then, finally, potentially the people's champ in Francois. There's the debuffer, the most scuffed debuffer in the entire tournament is the one in the grand final.
The one to finally make it here.
Don't worry, my green screen's always been off. I don't turn it on. Don't worry about it. But yeah, this gold chip as well, pretty interesting with the excels. And we'll see if it does well here. Definitely a contender, but the TM Opera O, the most recent winner of a race in this tournament. Looking at the stats, it's kind of hard to imagine, but
yeah,
sometimes it's about who gets the race win on the day.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, my tail for comparison, right, as a reference, is like near cap speed at like 1170 or something, 900 stamina as well, like 700 pop, like basically equal to this TM Opera O. As Francois mentioned in the Twitch chat earlier, I was beating that TM Opera O, but we saw this TM Opera O performing really well.
Yeah, and
so, again,
everyone
anything can happen.
Everyone's trying to find Kana's friend code right now. Paying Kana for the friend code. Because that Maruzensky, that's Kana's. The support card, that's Kana's. But we'll see if this tournament is Kana's as we head to the grand finals itself.
Alrighty, get those last few predictions in. Looks like Francois is the unfavored one here at 21%, and then 40% for Kana, 36% for Fish. Anything can happen though, and if Twitch predictions have been telling us anything, I think the least favored has been winning.
Perhaps, yeah. I think that's a bit of a trend in the recent ones.
Hashtag looking, hashtag noticing.
Perhaps, but right now we got the Fish POV, the gold chips. They have been following you throughout this tournament, it feels like. And we'll see if they can get it done one last time with every contender in this one bringing a gold chip.
Here we go. There's the Mihono Bourbon setting the pace as expected. And I think, I'm not sure how the mechanics work 100%, but, you know, someone can educate me. I wonder if the speed, like, the pace that the frontrunner sets, right? How does that affect the back of the pack here? How does that affect the late surgers and the end closers?
Oh, a bit of rushed on one of the gold chips. That's Fish's. That's going to be a little bit awkward, especially later on in the race here. But taking a look at how the positioning is working out right now, do you think that Nice Nature is going to get it done?
Ooh, I wonder if that nice nature can reach the TM Opera O here, but also these Simbly Rudolphs coming up looking a little bit scary. If they proc those Dominators both on that TM Opera O, it can be a scary spot for Francois. Though that TM Opera O is looking quite strong. I don't know if it's passing too early is an issue, because I believe her skill condition has to be something to do with contesting the final turn, I believe.
We'll see.
But I wonder how that's going to come into play. We're rounding the tree there.
The Mihono Bourbon has fallen off here. It's Team Opera O trying to maintain the lead against a sea of gold chips and Symbolic Rudolphs and a measure of Ryan in the midst of it all. But that's going to be the gold chip coming in from Kana. Gold chip taking over. Gold chip rushing forward, but the Symbolic Rudolphs hot in pursuit as well. And don't forget about the measure of Ryan behind. But that's the gold chip of Kana continuing to keep the lead on the outer edge though. Watch out. Behold thine Emperor's Divine Might coming out. Could be the difference maker here. It's getting really, really close, but the gold chip has too far of a lead, and it will be Kana taking this one as the decisive winner.
And what a performance it was from Kana. The these Simply Rudolph's tried. The Emperor's Divine Might tried to come through, but this gold chip was just too much for everyone. Even that TM Opera O falling off at the end. Kana is gonna be the Carrot Clash number 3 winner and looking very strong. Hope you don't run into a Kana in your champions meeting, because that is one scary gold chip.
Yeah, and I think we could see partially why in this screen here. But I'm glad that we got to see a whole variety of strategies throughout this entire event, right? A lot of people brought their favorites, brought unique aces, and of course, 2 Harurura players setting the pace and almost making it all the way. It was a very, very interesting one.
Yeah, no, I like to see the variety. I mean, yeah, we expect to see the nice natures, we expect to see the gold chips, but the way trainers set up their teams in different ways was very interesting, right? Even if 2 trainers will have the gold chip and nice nature, maybe they have a separate ace, someone that can take over if gold chip doesn't. Maybe they have the Rudolph, maybe they have the weird Marzensky pace chaser, right? So it was very interesting to see the little variations that people had on their teams.
Yeah, and well, I guess that's Carrot Clash number 3.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Do you have any plans for future Carrot Clash? What format? Maybe another Champions meeting format? Maybe one of those funny let's do everyone awful mood? What's your plan for now, at least?
I don't know. First of all, I need to get to the bottom of what happened on Start GG, because it was bad.
Yeah, I think some players got nuked out of the
exactly 3 players got completely vanished from the bracket because I had to remake the bracket because the first bracket just completely bugged out and couldn't start. Man, it's okay though. It worked out in the end. I have to apologize again to those 3 players, but yeah. It's rough.
Yep. I mean, sometimes this stuff happens, right? Start GG. I mean, if you are familiar enough with Start GG, it's prone to just exploding on us. And especially when it's normally used in a traditional bracket format where it's 2 players up against each other, and then winner moves on, etc. Instead, here we have the groups, right? So I'm not sure if that also kind of played into breaking the bracket there on the website, but it is what it is. We ran it as best as we could, as best as we could. So I'm glad you all stuck around here.
224 entrants, 221 after unfortunate things happened. But thanks everyone for watching. Congratulations to Kana for winning. I will be in touch. I'm running lower and lower on Rice Shower plushies. Did I tell you the story of why I am giving out Rice Shower plushies as a surprise?
No, actually.
So way back in 2023, Rice Shower plushies were on clearance on AmiAmi for 500 yen each. And I bought 12 of them. And they've been sitting in my closet waiting for the perfect moment.
Damn, okay.
And
well, you found the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm going to run out soon. And then everyone's not ready for what's coming next, okay?
Oh. Keep me in the dark on that one. I want to be surprised when we next run this.
Yeah, there's some other stuff ready for when those Rice Shower plushies run out. No, Vivlos did not exist in 2023. I have bad news. But yeah. Well, other than that, stick around if you want to continue watching a stream. But other than that, that's all the Uma Musume for today. And thank you, Shino, for casting. Thanks everyone for watching and entering. And goodbye, everyone.
Yep, goodbye, everyone. Been a pleasure.